They, Bwana Chairman, you are most welcome. You cannot even clap for our chair. Appreciated. Karibu sana chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our able Honorable Vice Chair. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure this morning to say hello to you, and it's a good day. It's the month of February, which is actually a Valentine month, isn't it? And we are here to witness the growth of our beautiful circle. So with that, I know that we have our distinguished guests that we have. But before then, I just want to say that I work with my able team of directors. And these directors, they are made of subcommittees. And we also have the supervisory. So may I start with introducing the governance committee, where I've got our signatories. These are the people that signs everything that goes in the bank. And therefore, I've got my treasurer. Maybe you can just raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you. It's Edward Murioki. We have our Honorable Secretary. That is Peter Law. We have... where is the CEO? Oh, CEO, you are here. Yes, CEO, Vincent Lotter. Where is the other governance? Oh, you're here. Yeah. Our Vice Chair, Martin Olo. We have committees like the credit. We have the share of the credit. You can wave them. That's Magdalene Gatelli. I hope they're able. You can be facing the camera when so that members can be able to see you. Yes, and with her, she has Muirore as a member of that committee. Our secretary for that committee is Claudius Ogundu, and you may be aware that he's bereaved, he lost the father, so we put him in prayers, but he is very much with us wherever he is. We have our education committee, which is planning for this function today, led by their chair, that is the vice chair of the SACCO. We have Shaira, a member of that committee. We have Lilian Wanyere, who is, I believe you are the secretary of that committee. So they are the ones who have planned for this work. And really, you can see how nice it looks. We have a finance and business committee. The chair is the treasurer. We had already introduced him. And I forgot to say that in HR and education, the secretary, honorable secretary, is a member who is co-opted in that committee. So he's also part of this planning. In the business, again, we also have Magdalene Gateri, and also Claudius Ogudu is also in that committee. We have our able supervisory committee. You know, they are independent, and we have yes, because they are related. I want to start with the with the supervisory because they do auditing for the whole circle, and therefore we have got our able chairman, Mr. Guyo, John Guyo. Just face the camera and wave Happy New Year. And we have got his secretary for that committee, that's Mary Kurgat. And we have got Mr. Sese, Henry Sese is in that committee. These are the people that oversee the circle operations in terms of oversight where the board is operating. But internally, also within the board, we have got a very important committee, which is called the audit committee. And that audit committee, the chair is JT Muirole. And we have our able lady secretary, that's Chaira Madeka. And then we have got a member, is Lydian Wanyeri. So that's how the board runs. So the chair has got a very easy work, is to oversee those committees that they must work. So whenever you got an issue to do with education and training, you know who to ask. Whenever you know the issue of the loans, you know who to ask. So that you don't overload the chair with everything. But of course, if there's anything that requires the attention of the chair, then it's easy. That's how we make life easy. Then we have got, of course, our staff. They are led by our able CEO, that is Vincent Trotter, again, who is also a signatory to the circle. We have his deputy CEO, he is Dennis Nyakwada. He is still in the operations, he's still trying to prepare things for you. We have our corporate manager, Virginia Mutahi. Can you wave? I hope you can be turning the camera when you, okay. Yeah, she's there. Very good. And I think she's doing a very good job. I am hearing very good feedback from the members that our staff have changed and the members are being received very well. Sio ni kweli? Yes, I'm hearing that one from everywhere. So I think CEO and your team, you are doing a good job. We have our internal auditor, who is also risk and compliance manager, Winfred B. There she is. She's doing a very good job. We have Maina, where I see Maina Waji, who is the manager. Yes, manager credit. So anything to do with loans, even if you ask him how your loan is, he's a moving memory. He knows all your membership, all the loans that you have, and all everything that. Thank you, Maina. Where ICT manager. Yeah, Mr. Ricky Rota, doing a very good job, especially now that we are incorporating the core banking and even the work that you're seeing here. We are happy for that. We have our cashier, who is Rose Muga. I'm sure she's still in the office because even members are still served. The fact that you're having education, people are being served as we move on. We have many other officers like Tore, is a credit officer. We have Kinyua, who is also a credit officer. I'm sure you deal with them on daily basis. We have the assistant ICT manager, who is Brian. He's still working on the systems here. Have I forgotten any? I know, of course, we have Elizabeth. Yes, Elizabeth, who is assistant to the deputy CEO on finance matters. And we got the young man that we brought on board recently who does the cleaning allowed in our environment. Anaitwa nani CEO? Makaya. Yes. And we have got our front office, the face that you see every day when you visit that office. The first person that you see who comes very early in the morning is called Anne Benge. Yes. So I think those are the team. Of course, we have got some interns around once in a while so that we train them. I want to thank them because we have gone far because of the work they're doing. So with us and online, we have the director cooperative, Dorfina Aremo. I don't know whether she'll be able to speak, but since we have got her, I think he is physically here, and we thank you very much. Karibu sana. We have our Sasra team. Even if they are not arrived, they should be able to come anytime. We have, of course, our guest speakers, Daniel Githenji, is with us. You can just wave because you'll be coming later on to have a speech with us. We also have special guests that will also be speaking to us who are also members to give us success stories of how they have benefited in the circle. We have Monica Gikonyo. Are you around so that I can? Yes, Monica. She'll be speaking later on. We have Stephen Kigutu. Stephen, where are you? From KCA? Yes, Stephen. Karibu sana. Monica, I think you are still in the Juakari sector. Yes, so we have selected them accordingly. And then you have Dr. Oliver Sidambi. Daktari, are you around or are you still on the way? Yeah, I think he still be on the way. I know there are those who are already online, but they are outside the country. And we didn't want to recognize them. I got a list of them, but I'm not going to mention all of you. But I know that someone like Bidan is very much online. These are members who are living outside this country. They are bringing money in terms of dollars and rights. And we really appreciate all of you. Some of you knows Wachuka, who used to work here in NMC. Now she is living in the US with her children, and they are members who are very much supporting this circle. So I know we are quite a number of members who are outside this country, and they are members of Wanaanga who are very strong. We really appreciate you, and we appreciate all the members of Wanaanga, and that's why we have called this day, so that we can be able to dialogue and see which areas can we be able to improve, where can we take advantage, because some areas may be new to you, others may be familiar with them, but we need to engage and get even the latest, including what is happening in the movement. So at this juncture, I really want to invite our DCO, who is also representing the director. The director is online, so that he can give us his opening remarks, give us the blessing. You know, these are the people that oversight together with Sasra, and therefore, when we hear from them, we feel comfortable. Karibu sana, Bwana Hilary. The floor is yours. Mkaribisheni na makofi. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Chair. Board members present in the building, the supervisory committee members, CEO and his management staff, invited guests, members present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Hilary Musina, and Hilary Musina is the current sub-county cooperative officer in charge of Kibra and Langata sub-counties. Nairobi has 17 sub-counties, but for the purpose of efficient and effective supervision of cooperatives in it, we've consolidated the 17 into 8 sub-counties. So each of these 8 is represented by a sub-county cooperative officer, and we are all based at Nyayo House, 12th floor. And all of us, all 8 of us, report to the Director of Cooperatives, Madam Dolphin Aremo, that you all know, because she has been your friend for a long time. And even though she's joining online, she told me to come and say hi to you. So do you receive her greetings? Thank you very much. Now, just to give you a perspective of cooperatives, first of all, in the country, and then I will scale down to the county. Kenya, as a country, is doing very well in matters cooperatives. And according to The World Council of Credit Unions statistical report of 2022 about credit unions in Africa. Credit unions are just circles, in other words. Kenya ranks as number 1 in matters cooperatives in Africa. Niwapatia top 10 muone. Can I give you the top 10 in Africa? Aya, msikie na muone vile tunapeanana range. And this is in terms of total assets. Total assets ni mali ambayo cooperative iko nayo. Cash, buildings, name it, mali. And this one is in terms of US dollars, not in Kenya shillings. Take note, US dollars. So number 1 is Kenya at 21.83 billion US dollars. Number 2 is Ethiopia at $0.81 billion. Number 3 is Ghana at $0.46 billion. 4 is Cameroon at $0.45 billion. 5 is Tanzania at $0.38 billion. 6, Rwanda at $0.35 billion. 7 is Eswatini at $0.12 billion. Number 8 is Botswana at $0.06 billion. 9, Gambia at $0.05 billion. And number 10 is Seychelles at $0.04 billion. Now, I want you to take note of the difference between Kenya and number 2. Kenya, we are at 21.83 billion. Then number 2, who are Ethiopia, follow us at 0.81 billion shillings. Unaona hiyo range? Umeona hiyo range? Meaning, kwamba we are way up there, courtesy of my good members of our Wanaanga Circle and others belonging to different cooperatives in this country. Now coming down to Nairobi City County. Nairobi City County, we are actually the leading county in terms of cooperative matters. And I'll tell you later how we manage to be there. Now we have 5,130 registered cooperatives here in Nairobi. And a membership of 2.4 million members. This is according to the statistical data for the year 2023. Now, as you do your AGMs, because you are starting to do your AGMs this time, up to end of April, we shall be able to collect the 2024 ones. So according to 2023 statistical data, we had membership of 2.4 million. Before that, we had membership of 2.6 million, but all of you know the story of Metropolitan Circle, the former Kiambu teachers. At one point, they were being supervised in Nairobi, and so they had some problems recently, problems of misappropriation of funds. There was an inquiry done there, and part of the recommendations that were made is that they should go back to where they belong in Kiambu, and so they left and went back to Kiambu, and so that's why you can see our membership being affected that way. And you members have amassed total share capital of 45.7 billion shillings. Share capital members is this money that you pay when you are registering as a member to make you become part of the ownership of the circle. Remember, when you want to become a member, you first of all take an application for membership form. Once you fill that, you pay registration fees or entrance fees that is non-refundable. kama your application fees. Once you are accepted upon application, you are supposed to be part of the owners of the cooperative society. And how do you own a cooperative society? By being a shareholder. So you pay shares at a given minimum. Once you've paid shares, you are given a membership number. Now, these shares together, combined, is what we call share capital. And in Nairobi alone, you have 45.7 billion shillings. Now, cooperatives in Nairobi have amassed total assets of 663 billion shillings. Now, according to the SASRA Supervision Report of 2023, countrywide, SACCOs have accumulated total assets of 1 trillion. And that 1 trillion mark was hit by end of July last year. So what does this mean then? That if Nairobi is commanding 663 billion out of the 1 trillion that is in the country, so it means then that Nairobi is leading in matters cooperative because we are commanding over 60% of the cooperative portfolio in the whole country. You members have amassed total deposits to a tune of 459.6 billion shillings. Deposits members are the savings that you make once you paid share capital and you're given membership number. So you are required to save periodically, usually every month. So together, all these shillings, and you've taken loans to a tune of 453.5 billion shillings, and being one of the most important sectors of this economy, you create employment. And you've employed 4,790 Kenyans earning salaries and wages to a tune of 6.9 billion shillings. Now, we rank these cooperatives in terms of total assets. And out of 5,130 cooperatives in Nairobi, we have those cooperatives that have accumulated over 1 billion shillings in terms of total assets. We call them billionaire cooperatives. In Nairobi, we have 77 of them. Do you want to know our top 10? Our top 10 are as follows. Number 1 is Mwalimu National Sacco with 66.4 billion shillings. 2, Stima Sacco with 59.1 billion shillings. 3, Kenya Police Sacco with 54.2 billion shillings. 4, Harambee Sacco with 38.6 billion shillings. 5, Afya Sacco with 22.8 billion shillings. 6, United Sacco with 22.7 billion shillings. 7, UN Sacco with 17.9 billion shillings. 8, Ukulima Sacco, now called Upstar, they rebranded, with 15.1 billion shillings. 9, Hazina Sacco with 14.7.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Thank you. Wanaanga sits at number 65. Simjipigia makofi. Unakutana rais. And in Langata, I only have 4 deposit taking circles. In Nairobi, you have 45. These circles that have 4 stars are the ones we call deposit taking circle. So in Nairobi, you have 45. In Langata, we have 4. Now, ahead of you, in terms of the size, in all cooperatives in Nairobi, at number 64 is Nairobi Water Sacco. Alafu nyuma yenu at number 66 is Vision Sacco. Nairobi Water Sacco ni ya watu wa Nairobi Water, Vision Sacco ni ya watu wa World Vision pale Karen. Now, out of the 45 deposit taking circles in Nairobi, you are ranked number 38. Mbele yenu, number 37, ni Elimu Sacco. Alafu nyuma yenu, number 39, ni Airport Sacco. In Langata, niko na Mwalimu, niko na Hazina, number 2, and then niko na Sheria, number 3, and then niko na Wanaanga, number 4. Now, do you believe Wanaanga one day can move from number 65 to a better number? Do you? You believe? And I can see, Chair, I can see the faces of members who believe, which is very good and very important. But then how? How can we move from number 65 to say number 64, or even number 63, or even number 62, or even number 1, isn't it? How? 1, buy more shares in this circle. Weka miguu yote ndani ya hii circle, because shares give you dividends at the end of the year. And usually, the dividend rates are usually higher than the interest rates given on deposits. As a person or a member, you can buy more than minimum, subject to a maximum of 1 out of 5, a fifth or 20% of the total shares. So you have all that space to increase your shareholding. When you get dividends, ukipata dividends, ni vizuri kukula kwa sababu ni jasho yako mwaka mzima. Lakini sometimes pia mwe mnapitisha resolution mkisema let us capitalize. Capitalization of dividends means instead of kusema chairman tupatie tukule, unasema rudisha kwa share capital yangu. When you do that, it grows. And it also grows the share capital of the circle. Plow back the interest on deposits that you're usually given at the end of the year during the AGM. Say what Wanaanga ita declare interest on deposits and dividend on shares. Plow back and take back to your savings. That also increases your savings maradufu. Save above the minimum. Najua saa hii things are tough, Chair, sababu tuko na maneno ya SHA, si ni kweli? For those who are still in employment, tuko na SHA, tuko na housing levy, tuko na NSSF. All these are new set of reductions that were introduced. Lakini, hata kama payslip imefinyika, try to save above our minimum, that is of how much, treasurer? 1,000. Ladies and gentlemen, 1,000 shillings is only around 33 shillings per day. Now, 33 shillings per day, if somebody was to give you to start budgeting with, then you may end up not even being able to afford this water that this gentleman is distributing. And now that we are used to taking this fresh water, when you retire or get out of employment, you will still need it. And so if you are saving 33, then you may not even be able to consume more than that bottle of water per day. And that will mean a very difficult life for you. So make sure you save above minimum. Sometimes, if you get money away from the payslip, you can also
channel to the SACCO. Nowadays, SACCOs are embracing technology. You must not walk to the office, collect a cash. You just put into your M-Pesa and deposit into your account. I don't know whether Wanaanga is also there. If Wanaanga is there, then members do that every time. Matter kama ni 102 per day. That 100 per day, ladies and gentlemen, will translate into 3,000 shillings in a month. 3 times the minimum deposits you currently have. Take loans from the SACCO. Wacha kuchukua loans from elsewhere. Chairman, we've noticed some members wanakuanga bugu moja kwa SACCO na bugu moja kwa other financial institutions, either microfinancial institutions or banks. Now, the reason why you formed this SACCO is because you formed this SACCO when those banks were there, isn't it? Even this one, Wanaanga, was formed when banks were there, isn't it? But why did you form this SACCO and banks were there? When did you forget the reason why you formed this SACCO when those banks were there? Interest rates in banks are usually very high, and they're usually variable. So when you take a loan today at a given interest rate, it's not automatic that's the interest rate you'll pay until the end of the loan repayment period. Sometimes they go up, sometimes even up to 24 or 25%. There's a time they went up to 28%. So if you're having a loan that is attracting interest rates at 28%, that's very expensive. And no wonder, Chair, some people wakifinywa sana usually come back to the SACCO as prodigal sons to request the SACCO to buy them off because it's too painful. You can't move. So you request the SACCO to buy you off. And so we are saying, such people who run away, na wanarudi tu wakati wamefinyika, huwa tunawachapa penalties so that they can learn and never repeat the same mistake again. And then we are saying that going forward, SACCOs should embrace in their bylaws provision that if you have a bank loan or if you have a loan from any other institution, if it's not another SACCO, away from your own SACCO, then you shouldn't be allowed to join the board or even the supervisory committee. Because I heard in our program that today we are going to talk about our products, isn't it? Who is presenting the products? The chair. Let's just say the board, isn't it? So now if you are in the board and you are the one who is selling these products to members and you don't believe in these products 100% because you've not even taken them, you've taken the bank products, will you sell with one heart? And if you don't sell with one heart, then are you for real? Si utakuwa unatudanganya tu. Yani umekuja kusimama kama board member una sell products and you are not embracing them. That's what I'm trying to say. A member should always be proud of what the SACCO is offering because you are the owners of this SACCO. So why can't you take your own? Just like a chair, uko na duka, unauza vitu, na jirani pia kuna duka nauza vitu, but wewe badala ya kununua vitu kwa duka yako, you go buy from the neighbor's shop. So how will your shop grow if yourself, when a customer neighbor or competitor, so your shop will collapse. So you should be the first person to patronize all the products of the SACCO before you call upon the members to do so. And so you shouldn't have a loan from outside. That should be a provision going forward in your bylaws. One sec. When you take loans in the SACCO, repay them well. Because if you don't repay your loans well, then one, the SACCO will not have business. And when the SACCO doesn't have business or income mzuri, then there's no way you can declare high dividends. So you'll find members pushing the chair to declare higher dividends, yet they are defaulters. You never repaid your loans, yet dividends come from loans. If you feel that you are constricted, umefinywa kidogo kwa payslip, then the SACCO can have an arrangement of having what we call loan restructuring. Kwamba, kama 60 months imekufinya sana, then we can restructure it to 84 months. But that one must always be in our loan or credit policies. The provision for restructuring or rescheduling of loans. So that sasa, ikienda kwa 84 months from 60, so the pressure reduces a bit, isn't it? Instead of a member defaulting, then we can be able to help members that way. Recruit more members. Because the more we are, the bigger the cake. If we are doing, for example, 1,000 shillings per month, if we are 200, we expect to get 200,000 shillings per month if everyone saves. If you're 1,000 people, then we expect to get 1 million per month if everyone is saving. You see the difference? So the more we are, the better. And if you have a bigger basket, then we can be able to issue bigger loans, and we can be able to say these loans can have an extended repayment period because we have enough money. So we want pressure those who have loans to pay faster, so that we can give those ones on the queue. So that's the beauty of being many. And members will always come, Chair, because of how your circle is performing. Because they usually compare. Wanaulizanga CEO, nyinyi mlipeana dividend ya ngapi? Alafu ananiuliza, shirika ilipeana dividend ya ngapi? Alafu anaenda wanauliza, hazina yao ilipeana ngapi? So they usually compare before they join. And how do you ensure that yours is the best performer? You are the owner. Start with you. The buck stops with ensuring that you do what I'm saying. And then be a good ambassador to your circle. Chairman, I've seen when you remember a circle, and sometimes circles can have challenges. Just like hata kwa nyumba kunaweza kuwa na challenge. Hata in these big organizations, by the way, even the leading banks like Equity, see ati wanaendanga nywe, kuna challenges inside, but they don't go airing their dirty linen in public. They don't. They sort their matters in-house. When you don't hear that noise, you may not know that there are some challenges there. So you will always support and ensure leaders that if there are challenges, you solve them as early as possible so that it doesn't spiral over. So when you member, unatarajia kupata dividends, unatarajia kupata loans, na ukitaka kutoka unatarajia kupata pesa zako back, but you are bad-mouthing your circle. Do you think you will get those dividends when you are bad-mouthing your circle? Those you bad-mouth too will also take that gospel around. So you will end up getting the final person having very distorted information from the information the first person got. And that distorted information can easily ruin your circle. And I want you to always remember, your circle is your own personal business organization. Market your circle well. Ambia watu, Wanaanga ni ile ile, ingaje tumekuwa na small challenges, but you know what Wanaanga is. You umesikia Wanaanga kutoka zamani, ni ile ile. We want to take it back to its initial glory. How do we do that? Me and you, to hold hands together and go in and give positive views in the AGM so that the board can implement them for our growth and development. Not to come and spend the whole day in an AGM abusing the board instead of giving solutions, because it is your organization. Participate in member education forums. I can see the building has very nice chairs, and the chairs are well arranged. Then if you look at these chairs, ladies and gentlemen, pick too much around. You see that there is a percentage of the chairs that are not occupied, yet they are well or neatly arranged, especially where my treasurer or chair for housing here is former Muzundi. If you look at this row of Muzundi, look behind us. You are it. And that's okay. Chair education and jitetea anasema we are hybrid. Others are joining online. I was coming there. Now from the building, the expectation was that these chairs are arranged. You expected them to be filled because you knew you will be hybrid anyway, isn't it? Aya, nitoke hapa. Sasa niende kwa online. Kuna mtu anaangalia. Members wangapi wamejoin so far? So we put them together. So that comes to around, let's give it 600, isn't it? How many members of Wanaanga were eligible to join this today? Now take that 600 vice, because you came and told me you were a hybrid, divide by 3,000 expected. What is the percentage? I don't want you to answer that one. We can do better. Because when we come here, then we shall be able to get the knowledge that is being disseminated, and now we shall be ambassadors of this circle. So if you are all not here, then it's only those who are here that will be ambassadors. Some will be good ambassadors after this. Some will continue being bad ambassadors after this. Because even in the church, wakati injili inaelezwa, kuna wale inajuanga lazima mtu aende cha attend shirika days. Kila mwaka tunakuanga na cooperative day ya sisi wote Kenya hii. We usually take count of cooperatives that have brought many members. Alafu anapewa trophy. So tunafanyanga ushirika day every first Saturday of July every year. So mwaka huu vile tunaelekea July, Chair, I will be able to, I will tell my boss to go and count specifically Wanaanga. Nisikie wameleta watu wangapi ushirika day. I will come to report in the next AGM, God willing. Because there, you will find others also have come, now make a tent. Wanasema vitu wanafanyanga. So you share knowledge. And I also want you Wanaanga to pitch their tent. I want to see you with this team. Na Wanaanga mkiwa na TV pale kwa ofisi. Hiyo TV itoke, iende pale kwenye tutakuwa kwa venue. Ionyeshe Wanaanga products. Na watu wakuwe pale wamevaa kofia mzuri, na wamevaa t-shirt vizuri, na wamevaa longi zinafanana za kala za Wanaanga. By the way, Wanaanga mnakuanga na hizo kofia, t-shirt, good shirts, na longi za kala ya Wanaanga. Longi hamuna. I want to see members when they come to education forums, starting with me. Nikiingia namna hii napewa notebook ya Wanaanga na napewa kalamu imeandikwa Wanaanga. Sasa nikiangalia members hapa, naona kila mtu amebeba yake, wengine hawana. It depends on whether you can afford a notebook or not. Mimi wakati niko hapa, niko na hazina. Na niko na kalamu ile ya haina. Sasa going forward, I want to see every member akiwa kalamu ya Wanaanga, notebook ya wana kwa education forums za Wanaanga. At AGM the same. We can do it, isn't it? Put your leaders into account. You know, you elect them not to come and just sit. No, you elect them to deliver. And so you should be able to assess them in every AGM and ask them, when we were here in the last AGM, we gave you a budget of this much, and these are the activities you promised to undertake. Now you have brought us your annual report. What percentage of the expectations have you achieved? Na mnawaambia, next time, if you don't do 95% and above, tunawapatia last warning. The following time, msipofanya 95% and above, tutafanya nini? Tutang'oa nyinyi. So that the leaders also work on performance contract as approved by the members, usually through a strategic plan and the budgets every year. Because those budgets that they bring to you, they explain the reason why they want the money. They want to do some things for your own benefit. Wengine saa zile budget inasomwa, mnaanzanga kuangalia mali lunch iko. Because it's one of the agendas that come almost last. So badala ya kusikiza mnaambiwa nini inataka kufanywa plan ya mwaka, already your minds have switched to lunch. Na chairman unawekanga lunch hapa pale wale wamesimama. So wakati wa budget lunch imeanza kuwekwa. I usually see members. So hiyo lunch msiweke hadi watu waelewe budget ndio mlete lunch. Patia board members na CEO na watu wake conducive environment work. Hata ukiwa na complaint, don't make that office a battleground. Nimeiona saa kwingine chair, nilikuwa nimeenda for vetting meeting na nilikuwa na CEO. CEO had to stop because he couldn't concentrate. The drama that a member brought in that office. You are, cool down. Remember, Kelele, we know you may be under pressure, for example, that your loan has been not approved and you had an emergency, isn't it? But isn't there a way you can be able to talk quietly as a professional and be listened to? But as they give you conducive environment, the board makes sure kwamba members' complaints are resolved mapema. Na isikae kwamba zimepile. I complained that I was being overdeducted 3 months ago. Chair, nothing has happened ever since. Don't make them pile. Make sure that you resolve them as they come so that members' satisfaction can be maintained. And leaders, serve your members diligently, because you must always remember, wakati unatafutanga kura, the way you see the members wakati watafuta kura is the way you must always see the members hata ukiwa ndani. How do you usually see the members wakati wanatafuta kura? If you are campaigning, for example, door to door, every member matters, isn't it? And every vote counts. The way you talk to the members wakati wanatafuta kura, you should even talk better wakati washakuweka ndani. Because wamekuweka ndani. Don't change. Sasa wakati ushakuwa ndani, now you are so busy. Oh, I'm in a seminar in nini? I'm in a board meeting. Na hii board meeting si ni ya members unasawa. Sasa then hii board meeting nani? Serve those members diligently. Always see them as your bosses. Because that vote is what makes them become your bosses. If they don't give you can't sit here. If you don't sit here, you can't be able to enjoy the privileges a board member and a supervisory committee member can enjoy, including and not limited to you being able to be served this water first before other members. No, on a light note anyway. If you do that, then we shall be able to have Wanaanga circle that is all loved. It's loved by all the members, appreciated by the members, ready to be supported anytime. And as the members support you, we shall also be ready and available to support you as a government to ensure that you meet the objects for which you are registered. Thank you very much, and God bless you. And I now want to officially, on behalf of my director, declare this education forum open. Thank you.
That is very, very, very beautiful, very encouraging. I think you have made my work very, because part of what I wanted even to talk about, you have really touched on them. And we take your word, your advice very seriously. Members, I'm sure you are very happy that when we invite these guests, for us, the ministry is really a priority. SASRA has given an apology. They are a bit engaged elsewhere. But I hope you have received their apology. Pass our regards as you go later on to our director and the commissioner, the PS, and even the CS, Minister of Cooperative. We really appreciate the work which is being done. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, I also want to recognize the presence of the chair, Wanahewa Housing Cooperative is our partner, Mr. Christopher Musundi. Karibu sana. Yes. Thank you. So for now, I think Hilary has talked about where is Wanaanga. He has talked about countrywide. He has talked about Nairobi County. He has even talked about the Langata sub-county. I think we need to up our game. And therefore, as I do this presentation, Vicky, is it on? we need to ask ourselves, because I'm going to give even figures. Yes. Mine, I'll talk about operations and the services that we're actually offering in Wanaanga. We are proud to be the Rising Star, and we are happy that we are even number 4 in Rangata sub-county, 65 in Nairobi County. This 38. Yes, 38. So yeah, nationally we are 65. So I think we can also give ourselves a clap. We should, yes. We should be proud of ourselves so that we can also move forward. But we want to assure you that we want to move better, especially after we have even launched our strategic plan, and we are actually implementing it to the letter to ensure that we achieve the objective that we set. So, ladies and gentlemen, hope this is working. Oh, okay. I'll be talking about on the content. We are aware about our mission and vision. This is what we talked about in our strategic plan. Every one of us should be seeing this. We need to understand what is our total asset. He has already talked about it. We understand what our deposits, share deposits are, the fixed deposits that we have, the loans, the dividends, plus the rebates vis-a-vis what we are also giving to our depositors, the loan products that we have. Is your technology working? Okay. We also talk about the products in terms of the loans. We have products like Wanaanga and the RBF at the retirement, core banking, partnership that we have with the various organizations. I'm not sure that my pointer is even working, but yeah. But just as a reminder to ourselves, the vision that we have is to be as a leading DT. DT means a deposit taking circle in prevention of financial solutions. And again, if you look at our mission, is to enhance socioeconomic welfare of the members through provision of market-driven products and services. And of course, we have our core values. And if you look at those core values, if you put an acronym, it's what we call PITIA. Where is it? Yeah. PITIA means that we have professionalism that we have installed in this. We talk of professionalism, we talk of integrity, we talk of teamwork, we talk of innovation, and we talk of accessibility. That acronym comes PITIA. And you know our motto is the Rising Star. So as you sell a circle, I believe you should be able to be proud and tell them who we are and how we are moving around this. So then somebody need to be scrolling for me if the cursor is not working. So when you talk about our asset base, you know, the Hillary has talked about countrywide in terms of the shares, the 600 billions deposits, and even the share capitals. We need to reflect on ourselves. So currently, Wanaanga is at 1.26 billion shillings in terms of total assets. In our strategic plan, you know, we have put benchmarks to increase this even to the 5 billion within a period of time. The share deposits we have currently out of that total assets is 650 million. If you look at the share capital, it's approximately 109. And you know our minimum share capital, Ningapi? 25,000, isn't it? But you are not stopped from buying more. That's exactly what we were saying. That we need actually to increase, buy more, put more deposits. And then when you look at the fixed depositors, we have approximately 300 million. These are our customers. You could be yourself, share deposits, but you have brought them. These are the ones which are being utilized to give the front office services. And the total loans, we are talking of about 980 million. And as we talk, that is towards enhancing, this circle. I think we need to ask very many questions how we need to go about this. And I want to demonstrate this because if you talk of that you have got taken 980 million loans, but the shares deposit that you have are 650 million. What's the difference? It's over 300 million, isn't it? Where is that money? If the fixed depositors remove their money, how? In other words, if we reflect on ourselves, we have become net borrowers, not net savers. And that's where we are going wrong. Because the money which is coming from outside is expensive money. You cannot get money from outside, which is cheap. You know, in the back office, we give loans at 1% reducing. But see that interest comes to 6.5% per annum. Go to the bank. It is 20, others 30. Therefore, when we don't save, and you see this is a you'll see at any given time. This is for 2023, I guess. And you look at how much are you saving on monthly basis and how much are you taking loan on monthly basis. Because you have got the data for 2023, look at January. Okay, you brought about maybe 4 million and you took a loan of similar 4 million. Okay, but when you go to February, you took a loan of this 40, yes, close to 40 million, but you saved only 5 million, and so on and so forth. You find that at any given time, the loans are always higher. Yeah, you always find that the loans are always higher than what we are saving. It means we are relying on outside money to finance our loans. That is why Mr. Hillary is saying we better have our own money, because when it is like this, the loans that you'll be getting will always be expensive because the owner of the money want returns. And if you don't give them higher returns, they are going to remove that money and take it elsewhere. Now, when you look at this pictorial, again, for the whole years, if you look like this is 2019, 2020, yeah, 2020 and 2023, you look at how much loans was taken vis-a-vis the deposits that you have. The blue are the deposits. This color are the loans. Okay? So you find that every year, the demand for the loans are very high, but what we are bringing back, what we are saving as deposits is very minimal. This is the reality. And these are figures that we have in Wanaanga. And you can see for the 4 years, 2019, 20, 21, 23, and so on, all of them, our demands for the loans are high vis-a-vis how much we are saving. If you go department by department, and we are proud that we have a department like environment, we have got a KCA, we have got KNH, others. Then we have got a category of people who are in the informal sector. And I can see them seated here. These are the guys who are doing very well. You know, if you are saving only 30 bob, the way he said per day, and somebody who is selling mama burger outside there is saving 100 every day, you'll never compete. You'll find that the Ministry of Environment, for instance, if you look at per year, the deposit they have been bringing, of course, it has been going down. And these are the major core members. We understand, of course, because the government is not employing and people are retiring, but you can see. If you look at the KCA, again, there is that decline. KNH, there is a decline. Other ministries and other, departments. But the informal sector, if you want to call them the Juakari and the rest, that is where the money is. Even when people retire and they are not bringing their money through the payslip, they also enter in this category, isn't it? Yes. It means that these members, we need to congratulate them. The Gekonyos who will be speaking here, I think, is a plus, and we need to emulate what they are doing. If you look at in this case, this is the membership again. If you look at the membership, and we are told we need to increase more members. They talk of the 3,000 membership of Wanaanga. And this is why we are saying, you members who have got a loan, and the board have got a loan of recruiting members. If you look at also what's happening, our main ministry, which is even housing us here, because KMD is part of the Ministry of Environment, isn't it? This is where we got the core members. If you look at the numbers, we are now less than 300. This number is not 3, 5. Okay? You find that we are frustrating and we are going down because the government is not employing and it's not replenishing. I'm happy to hear that recently there are some few officers who are recruited, close to 40 or so. And I hope they're also listening. We gave this YouTube so that even non-members can be able to join and listen to us so that we form as part of the process of recruiting them so that they're able to understand. And therefore, again, if you look at also the KCA, the number is not growing. KNH is also small. Others, but when you look at the informal sector, they are becoming the owners of this circle. Okay, these are facts. And you can also see their deposits. So again, what happens? What happens to your returns at the end of the year? We give returns to our fixed depositors. Because when they invest with us, you give them interest, isn't it? We also give you returns in terms of dividends and rebates. If you look at what has been happening, and this is a reality, these are the returns for the fixed depositors. And these are the returns for the members. Like this is in the tune of 30 million, but this is in the tune of maybe 40, 50 million. Every year, you find that the returns which goes to the fixed depositor is always higher than the returns on the members. Why? Because if we had more deposits than the fixed depositor, this money, which is being taken by the fixed depositors, should be able to come back to the members. But if we don't have a saving cashier, we always let the outsider run the show and get the returns when you get a low deal. I can tell you, and the CEO can tell you, the more you save, the more you get. CEO, I can see you are talking, but we have some very good savers. Some, I say some. Because some of them, even at the end of the year, get rebates and dividends in terms of hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. But many of us get very little because what you have invested is also very little. So these are facts. And that's why you have brought them here for you to see that these returns are based on your saving cashier as the circle also improves in terms of the dividends rate and the rebates together. Yeah, so what are the benefits? It's true that when you save more, you have the ability to take a bigger loan, isn't it? Yeah. Some of the members have saved in terms of several millions. If you want a loan of 5 million, you don't even need to be guaranteed by anybody else. So it is easiest to self-guarantee yourself to the loans equal or even maybe less than what you have contributed as your deposits, increase the circle liquidity. And once you have liquid, this money can even be invested elsewhere so that more returns still comes back to you. When I talk about the products that we have, and of course, one of the key products and the chair credit I can see is here. I know most of you know about these products. But one thing that you need to take advantage is take loans in the Boursa. Because as I said, back office is where you have the cheapest loan. I don't think there's any financial institution in this country, or even within East Africa, even in Ghana, the one that you mentioned, that you get a loan which is cheaper than this. 6.5% per annum, because it's 1% on reducing balance. But you see, the condition is you must have deposits because they are multipliers. If you have got 100,000, you get 300,000. Comes back it boils back to how much you are saving. And nobody has ever come in a back office, and I can talk with a lot of confidence in this area, to come for a loan and was never denied that there's no money. Yeah? I know some members have taken advantage of this. And that's why I want to encourage the rest of us that let's have all these products, whether it's normal, whether it's emergency, whether it's school fees, whether it's super normal, whether it's boosting of shares, and even including advanced dividends loan that we have in the back office. So front office services, again, as I said, we are financing the front office loans based on the fixed deposit that we have. Remember the fixed depositors through the central bank, when they increase the base lending rate. When I have my money, I can choose to take it anywhere in this country, not in Wanaanga. So when they dictate and they come and negotiate with the CEO, someone has brought maybe 20 million, and of course they are there, and he's talking with the CEO, today I brought 20 million. How much are you giving me? Then the CEO start telling him, you know, our own are less than 15%. I'm only going to give you 10 or 11. The guy will just say, I know there is a money market, CIC or whatever. Okay, and I can get this interest at 20%. So they negotiate until they come to a compromise. I'm happy that most of the, quite a good number of fixed depositors are also members of Wanaanga. So even when they negotiate, the terms are slightly better. But when you get even at somebody who doesn't want to listen or even sympathize, that interest rate is to always go higher. And in any case, it's being dictated by the market. So that is why even the other year, we had slightly increased the loans on from the front office. But we never touched the back office. It is simply because the money that time became expensive. And for that matter, we had actually to increase also our interest. But starting this year, we also reduced because even the CBK also went down slightly. And I'm sure you received a message indicating that our front office services, we have also reduced by 1%. So we cannot operate in isolation. We are operating within the environment, the bigger environment where the players and big players for that matter are. And we must be equal to the task. But one thing that we have done is that all these loans, we have ensured that we take them long period of time, up even to 96 months. Okay? Some, of course, like this one is 84 months, and so on and so forth. So it's up to you to ensure that you maximize on these products. When you are taking the loans, there must be a guarantee. One of the guarantee is a guarantor. The cooperative movement has been through, it has always been trust. That when you're my friend, I can always guarantee you. And within the 7 cooperative principles, which he knows very well, one of it is the trust. No? But what has happened with the people, I don't know. It has come to a point whereby sometimes you are also very careful, even with your own friend. Therefore, we have, of course, come up with better ways of ensuring that you can allow you to bring collateral. Collateral in terms of title deeds, okay? Collateral in terms of the even vehicle logbooks, and so on and so forth. But even for them, we have to be careful because you don't just bring a title and then that title is not charged. So there are processes that must go through. First of all, you must even do the search to ensure that it belongs to you. Okay, you know how this country is in terms of a land. Okay. This charging must be done by a lawyer. Then we must also do what we call valuation, because we know maybe you want a loan of 10 million, but when you do your valuation, you'll find that maybe your title or the land could be far much less than. If it is less and you want more loan, it means that you must add more guarantee. You can look for more members to add beside the collateral that you have brought. But more important, you realize that you cannot give you the full loan in terms of the value of what you have brought. It is always 80% of what they call the force value. You also see that if you are talking of logbooks, we talk of chattel mortgage, motor vehicle collateral pledge. You can bring your vehicle logbook, but of course there are conditions. One of the, because these vehicles are very sensitive, we only take 40% of the value as compared to the land, which is 80% of the first value. And you can understand, because vehicles, you can even have accident, land, you never have accident, isn't it? And this is a practice in the industry. It's not just a Wanaanga loan. And therefore, that vehicle should also be comprehensively insured. Okay. And that loan should not exceed 4 years, because the depreciation rate of the vehicle, land appreciates, but the vehicle does what? Depreciates. So you might, if you do 10 years, you might find that that vehicle valuation might be too low by that time. And of course, don't bring us PSV vehicles, because these ones are excluded. And this is, again, the best industry from the industry. And therefore, it is good that you know. And I'm happy to say, because when you talk of these collaterals, we have the chairman, Wanahewa. This is the guy who is giving you that. When he gives you that and he gives you the title, bring it to Wanaanga. It becomes your collateral. So thank you, Bwana Musudi, and continue supporting the members, because that's why we established Wanahewa, to ensure that members have got collateral which can be able to bring Wanaanga to take loans. Of course, there are various guidelines for this collateral, because some members have brought, or they have come to Wanaanga, they have said that I want a loan based on the collateral. First of all, you must fill a form, the application form. Okay? It must be assessed whether you are or appraised to ensure that you are able to pay. Our business is not to sell collateral. You must also show us that you are able to pay slip through your bank or any other. So don't just come and with a title and tell the credit share, I want a loan. What is your ability to repay? Okay? That should be very, very clear. And therefore, that's why you got the appraisal of the loan, and so on and so forth, to ensure that, yeah, I think it's just moving on. So, but that appraisal, the search I talked about, and of course, the board approval is a process. So if you really want to come and talk to us, and the credit committee are available. And of course, there are certain documents which must be available. The original title being one of them. Yeah, 3 passport size photographs, a copy of the identity card, and PIN, KRA PIN. You know, we are dealing with the government, and therefore, this is a requirement that you also submit. For more details, you can also come to us. Now, we got various services that are being offered in Wanaanga, and it's important that you know. We have gone digital. We are almost now going 100% digital. Why am I saying this? It is because now you don't need to come to Wanaanga to take a loan form to get a loan. You only need to log into the system. We have got an app and you got USSD for you to apply the loan wherever you are. And I'm happy to say that even those who are in abroad, yes, I'm being told that those who are inside here, you don't go online because that's why you've got echoes. You can switch yourself off because you are seeing here so that we allow those who are there to hear well. So those of us members, wherever you are, even those who are in the US and the rights of the members, you don't need now to come to Wanaanga office. You just fill in your form online, get guarantors online, and therefore at the comfort of wherever you are able to get the loan is approved and you receive your money through your account. And you've got an ATM card, wherever you are, your account, wherever you are able to receive that money. I think this is a major milestone that you have done. Again, we have what we are calling the Wanaanga app. This is it like M-Shwari? You see, you are able to get this money at a very short notice. It does not require any guarantor because maybe you have an emergency. Again, there's an app. My ICT officer will be talking about this so that we have noted that people require money even in the midnight. And you don't need to wait the following day. You have got an emergency, 20,000, you're able to receive it. Other services that we have, of course, the ATM is very key. Those of us who have not yet received their ATM card, we are appealing to you, urging to you that you come to Wanaanga and receive this ATM. Is Visa enabled, whether you are in abroad or wherever you are, so that when you apply the loan online, you can go to the ATM and withdraw your money. Thank you. Of course, bankers check. Pay bill we have. We have SMS. I'm sure even your invitation to this meeting, you received through SMS. If you withdraw in Wanaanga, in your account, you receive an SMS. If you deposit, again, you're able to receive an SMS to show that you have done a transaction. And of course, I've been talking about the fixed deposits. And I want you to take advantage of this service of a fixed deposit because, again, this is where you can be able to also earn something as a member. If you sell your cow and you don't know where you want to put that money in a share capital or share deposit, just bring us here. If you have just gone home, you have retired, you have exited, and you got a lump sum of money, and you have not decided what you want to do with it, just bring it here. You'll be smiling. So take advantage again of these services that we have. Well, I think, and Hillary talked about it from the cooperative office. Once you are given a loan, it is your duty to repay. But in the event that you don't pay, then we got measures. These measures are painful. even to us when we are implementing. We don't like touching the guarantors. We don't like putting the debt correctors and so on. But we do it in the most humane way because we always contact the defaulter and the guarantors within that days. This is ideally what's supposed to be done. And I'm happy that I'm reporting this, that the office is doing very well because the office of the CEO and his team are the people who are in the office on daily basis. As board members, we only come to oversight. So you find that the guarantors and the defaulters will also be attached within 60 days. That notice will be sent to you. In the event that we need to go further, debt correction process start immediately. And one of the areas that we do, because we cannot punish the guarantor when you are still alive and you are enjoying life, the first thing that we do is we attach your deposits. Okay? Tukimaliza hiyo, that is the time now we go to the guarantors. So you need to understand this. And of course, we list you with the CRB, credit reference bureaus. That means anywhere in this country, you are blacklisted. Even if you go to another bank or another circle, utapewa nini? So my appeal is that let us not get to this level. Let us do our duty. Let us repay the loans so that you allow the next person to come and take the loan. Because the moment you default, you are denying somebody else a chance to take a loan because that money is outside the available resources which are there. It's good to know that we have hired or we have procured. The word is procured debt correctors. And currently we have 3 of them. That is the Kishan, Vicon, Digital, there are 4, and then Hamarik. What there is here is that the SACCO does not incur costs because people have been confusing that these are not employees of the SACCO or they get money from the SACCO. No. If they recover money from you, 10% or the whatever percent you have agreed on is going to be topped on top of the defaulted loan, and you are the one who is going to pay, and that money is taken to the debt corrector. So the SACCO does not incur costs in terms of these recoveries. I hope that is very clear. That if you default a loan, expect 15% will be used to pay the debt corrector. So if you're under 100,000, you have defaulted, 15% it becomes to 15,000, isn't it? So you pay that loan 150 because the 15 will go to the debt corrector. So please let us avoid this area of default and let us talk to our colleagues. The guarantors have got a duty because the moment you guarantee me, it's also your responsibility to know how is it, how am I paying the loan? The office has got a duty because it is them who should also be monitoring and also giving the guarantors Hello? Yes. Major milestone that you have done, and we are doing it now, is what we are calling a Wanaanga core banking. We want to go internet, mobile. We have already started this process. The staff are being trained to ensure that we go full blast. It means we are going to be in that league where the banks are. Simujipigie makofi jameni. Yes, this is what we set in our strategic plan. And already before we have the AGM, it will be going live. It means you'll be able to have members portal. You can even access your statement, okay? The balances that you have and all those things that you get from the bank. So I'm still back to where our colleague from the ministries talked about. You need not go to those banks. And I'm happy you're also proposing that if somebody has gone the other side, that is in the opposition, why should we even be in the board? You cannot be in a board and you have not invested. You are the one borrowing from the banks and you are not borrowing from Wanaanga and so on and so forth. I think let's patronize our products. And interesting enough is that even this core banking, the core banking, the online members are hearing, we also be integrated in the CRB and perhaps even into the debt correctors and the rights. I think this is the modern way of doing business. And that's why we have thought all this process for you. Yeah, of course, not forget to mention about that we have got what we call the exit benevolent fund, whereby in an unfortunate scenario, we have deceased as a member or your dependents, we always make sure that we help you. Contributing 200 bob per month. For this, so that in the event that you pass it on, we give 100,000 to your dependents to take care of you. Instead of mingi, at least when you give the 100,000, it is dependents, could be the spouse, could be children, and you're contributing 100 bob, then we are able also to give you some 40,000. And that these things happen and you cannot just bury our heads in the sand. But more important, because we don't only talk about death, if you are still alive and you hit 60 years and you've been in a circle for 15 years contributing continuously, and you feel that now you are tired, you want to go home and you don't want to be in Wanaanga anymore, we give you a package of 40,000. You can be able to start something outside there if in the event you want to do that. We always want to retain you, but in the event it happens, we have that option. I want to emphasize that we have had cases where members have not updated their next of kin and dependents. And I'm appealing to each and every one of us that really is an area, because if money is sitting in Wanaanga and the owner is not indicated, it has to go to, by law, it has to go to the UFA. Okay? That is unclaimed financial assets. So please ensure that you put your dependents and your loved ones. And those forms are available. And today, the team who are here, please ensure that you can get those forms. You can distribute your wealth even in terms of percentage. Kama ni bibi unaweza kumpatia 50 or 100 depending on how you love each other. Si ni kweli? Na watoto you can distribute depending on how they take care of you. Si ni kweli? I can see Degwa is here. Yes. Degwa is one of the retrenched, who was retrenched long time ago, but still. Yes, he is the first person who took FOSA when we started the FOSA. It's good to be recognized that regard. Again, we have got a Wanameko, that is Wanaanga Medical Fund. We know that it is Chi, Cha, and what have you, isn't it? That the government is implementing. But Wanaanga, we have been there for many years. We know that when you are hospitalized, there are costs. What we do, we know you have got other CHA or any other insurance, but as we care, so long as you've been contributing for us, even if your bills have been paid by those insurances, we still come and give you some fruits. And we know that you're supposed to be contributing some 200 bob if you wish, because this product is optional. Okay? And therefore you're able to get your 30,000. And if you are contributing 100 for your dependents, then you can also get some 50,000 just kukuambia pole. And these are products which I've been learning. It is important to note that if you have got 5 children, you need to pay for each. So that you don't just say that the 100 bob is taking care of your 10 children. No. If you really want to cover all of them, and you must have put them in a form, then each is paid separately. You know, medical cover is one of the area which is very risky even to cover. Many insurance don't even cover it, but we took the liberty to ensure that at least you are comfortable. Again, ensure that you update your next of kin on the same forms. Finally, I want to talk about Wanaanga partnerships as one of the partners that we have is our host. Our host is KMD. That's the Kenya Meteorological Department. We are very proud of you because since 14th December 1979, they have given us a home. And they have never asked us to pay. However, we have overgrown. Si ni kweli? Si yu ni mtoto amekuwa I think it's a high time, even within our strategic plan, which we launched last year, how to ensure that the future is sustainable, because this department is going saga, semi-autonomous government institution. And you never know when the board comes on board, what will happen. So we'll keep on talking on this. And this is a decision that perhaps we need to make in the AGM, because this is an education to tell you the risks and the areas, the success, so that when you are informed, when it comes to the AGM and a proposal is on the table, we need to make a decision. But otherwise, we are very happy that KMD has hosted us for all this time we've been in existence. Wanahewa is our baby, is our investment arm. As I said, they have had many, many projects. We started with Joska, 7 acres. We went to Kisumu, 14 acres. We went to Machakos, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. We went to Nanyuki. We went to Mala. You know, I think they have done wonders. And currently, they are in Nakuru, 5 acres. 1/8 is going at 550,000. I can see their team are here. The board members, can you stand up? Board members of Wanahewa, please, just to be recognized. Nancy and your team, if yes, you can even see Virginia is also, who is a staff of Wanaanga, is also a board member of the same. So and Nancy, and then we got their chair who is here. Yeah. I think they are doing well as an investment arm of Wanaanga, but they are registered separately, is a different entity, but we always work in partnership and to ensure that our members are served better. I'm sure even recently you received a message that they have got pros, blah, blah, blah. So ensure that you patronize, and we are happy for that. We have got, of course, our ministry well represented. We have got Sasra, who is also doing our oversight and ensuring that we put the right prudential that are put in place, that we don't go against the law. We have got apex bodies. Could it be in terms of the bank? We have CIC, and so on and so on. Of course, even Cusco, we have part and parcel of them. Is in spite of the fact that they have been having some challenges, they are part of our apex bodies that we've been having. Sorry, I'm trying to. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is what I had for you, just a snapshot, because I can see and what the board need to do, what the supervisor need to do, what as the chairs need to do, what the CEO need to do to make that position that we are desiring to be, both nationally, at county level, and also at sub-county. It is my honor and pleasure to say thank you very much for patronizing. Let us make better of facilities we have, and let us enhance our saving culture. As a theme of today, take home, see what you can be able to enhance for yourself. Asante sana, Mungu ambariki.
A good clap to our chair. Thank you so much, Chairman, for making us know what is our society and what does it hold for us. Yeah, because of time, and we are now going to the main theme of the day by Bwana Daniel, who will be able to take us through. I would really wish that as he's maybe making his way here, arranging his things to serve sodas, then we go and sit. We can give maybe 3 minutes to serve sodas haraka. Kila mtu akuwe na soda yake. Then from there we sit and be able to listen to the main theme of the day. So those people who are helping us to serve, please do it very fast, because we don't want people to be moving up and down. Just take as maybe Bwana Gidinji is preparing to come to talk to us. Just take your sodas faster. Then from there, we are going to give him a good time. Wanahewa is our brother, our sister, and our investment for land. We have land, which is there for sale, and Wanaanga is our financer. If you need a loan to buy that land, just come to Wanaanga, then you will be facilitated and you'll be able to get your plot. We appreciate Wanahewa so much for being there. And there are also 3/4 of our Wanahewa members are Wanaanga members. Maybe to make a bit of emphasis on the BBF, as we are arranging for our next speaker to come in, nominee is something which is giving us a very hard time, particularly when we lose a prime member. When you lose a prime member, you go to the file and you get nominees or there is no nominees. When we don't have a nominee to give this money or to pay, it becomes very, very difficult. So members, please update the people that you think. When I was joining maybe employment over 40 years ago, I did not have a wife, so maybe my parents were my nominees. Up to now, you go to the file, you get somebody as even retired, and the nominees are still the parents. It becomes, look for your chief, tuulize alikuwa na mabibi wangapi, watoto wangapi. It becomes very difficult at that point. Maybe wakati mwingine unapata ulioa bibi na maybe katikati ukakuja ukakosana, ukaoa mwingine. Sasa yule huyu uko naye sahihi is not there in our, yule ulimuacha ndio ako. Definitely we will have to pay yule ulimuacha because yeye ndio ulimunominate. It becomes a big problem. Ya pili, watoto wamekuwa. Kila mtoto labda ako lawyer, mwingine ni walimu, ndio bado nominee. Hatuna, we don't even know where to start and where to end. So I'm appealing, let us update our nominees. On the side of BBF and Wanaanga, we do them individually to our dependents. BBF covers the nuclear family. No, not only the nuclear family, it also covers your parents. But Wanaanga only covers the nuclear family. So I'm saying it is not only for your nuclear family as BBF, because you put in your father, father-in-law, mother-in-law, and all what have you. Because as a married person, my nuclear family is only my wife and my children. My parents cease to be my nuclear family, but I'm a nuclear family to them. After marrying, now my nuclear family becomes my wife and my children, if God blessed me with any. Now, fathers and mothers become extended family. So that one must be very, very clear that when you are covering, you should know who is my nuclear and who is my extended family. So help us there. It is something which is very difficult. Unapata mtu amebeba watoto wote wamekuja nao Wanaanga. Mse, sayo ayuko hawezi ongea tena. So update. We are going to even to give that money back to the nini. They call it what? Now when that money goes where unclaimed asset, kupata ni ngumu. You better get it when it is still in Wanaanga. So help us there. I think we are now free, and I don't want to waste more time. I'll usher in our main speaker, Bwana Gidinji, and I really request that we be quiet and give him a humble time. From there now, we move on to the next one. Now, Wanaanga, you don't clap to wageni. How do we usher in our mugeni? So, Bwana Gidinji, you are most welcome, and give us what you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Tupigie Bwana Vice Chair makofi. Very good. Asante. So, sauti yangu ni ya mchungaji. Kwa hivyo ikisikia inaenda juu, you moderate me. Good morning. Salimieko neighbor hapo na lugha ya kwenu. Msalamie na lugha ya kwenu. Salimiako neighbor na lugha ya kwenu. Kwa unaogopa neighbor? Salimiako neighbor na lugha ya kwenu, si ndio? Yeah. Now, caveat to the great video people. I am a very moving person, so you might have to keep with my face because napenda kutembea sana. Nakaribiana na jamii ya wachungaji. Mahali nimezaliwa chairman. So honorable chairman, the director cooperatives, board of directors, CEO, the investors of Wanaanga, we are proud to be here so that we can have an engagement with us so that we create value for ourselves. So my 2 hours starts now. So when it is 10 minutes to my 2 hours to finish, uinue kibango hivi ama usimame upige nduru. Whichever works for you. So asante sana chairman na wanakamati. First of all, I'm a member of a SACCO and I've been a member in our SACCO for 22 straight years. Miaka ngapi? I've been a member in our SACCO straight for how many years? Sema 22. 22. So at least when I hear your chairman talk about normal loan, development loan, I understand what he is saying because I've also borrowed. Sindio? Yeah. So just like yourself, nimechukua mikopo 7 in my lifetime within the membership. Nimebeba mikopo ngapi? 7. Lakini kati ya hiyo yote sijachukua emergency loan, sijachukua school fees loan, sijachukua advance. Si maana sitaki, si maana sina haja. It is because I only pick development loans. If you want to succeed in life, you cannot by picking consumption loans. You can't grow by consumption loans. You cannot. Whether it is, and by the way, I call black, chairman. I call white, white. So I'm here for a conversation with this team. So it's a pleasure. Thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Kidenji Daniel, and I'm excited to be part of this team this morning. Come and have an interaction. I'm a council member, Institute of Credit Managers of Kenya. I have previously sat as a council in the Chartered Financial Analyst Body. I have taught for 12 years, 13 years now at the university. I started at Moi, went to UN and JQuat. I've worked 8 years in corporate world, and I am a practical investor. Practical investor. So I'm here just as an investor. Kila mtu ako hapa chairman, si member leo. Hawa ni investors. Or for the sake of my session, everybody is a what? And I want the conversation to be based on that. I've also mentored businesses. By God's grace, I have clocked over 1,000 IRO hours of business mentorship. Some of them are featured for KCB Foundation, Equity Group Foundation, and I'm always thrilled. There is a mentor, mwanachama wa mtu ya Equity. Alikuwa amechukua 150,000, akaenda akarudishia naye mwili shukurani kama wale hawakukuja. Wale wanarudishianga mwili shukurani hawakukuja kwa hii education leo. Mnawajua? So yeye alipewa 150,000, ni mwanabiashara bwana Peter. Akaenda nayo, bandara ya apeleke pesa kwa biashara, anarudishia mwili nini? So when I met that entrepreneur, kwa saloni yake ilikuwa, unaona ile basin wa mama utoka naye maternity. Kuna ile kabisa ni ya especially kwa hospitali za gava. Unaelewa hiyo maneno? Kuna basin ya plastic. Ati ndio ameweka hapa na amendungilia mti hapa na hapa, alafu hapa ni kiti ya plastic. kama hii, can 150,000 invest in those equipment? But today, that person has got 4 salons. 2 are in Murongo, 2 are in Purupuru, employing 16 people from having defaulted a loan of 150,000. Why? Because I believe in inspiring dreams. So as we sit here, it's a question of the day you will report in heaven, sir. The following question will be asked to you, Ulipewa talanta. As you are seated here, there is somebody who was born on the face of the earth, and their future is cropped on your shoulders. Every one of us seated here, God connects us with somebody. The employees who are working for this circle would not be working here if in 1979, 14th December, there are no people who believed in coming together to create an institution known as what? So when we pick our own colleagues, it should be purely to create investments. Those investments should create jobs. Those jobs should give families decent treatment of the people you know and the people you don't know. Objectives of the seminar. The first question should be, what is your target deposit in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? Second objective we need to achieve, do you have a written down asset allocation plan? Do you have a written down asset allocation plan? Third thing, do you have a written down savings plan which you want to follow? Next thing is, how is your borrowing culture? Saving is only one arm in the equation of wealth creation, but it's not the only thing. Saving is one spoke in the wealth equation, but not the only. Which means once you save, you must come back, pick a loan from your circle, and deliberately invest. That's how you grow wealth. So na hii ikiwasumbua sana, unaweza zima hii mic hapo. Wale wako nje si watasikia na hii? Ukiongea na hii watasikia? Ukizima ile watasikia wale wako nje? Yes, so ikisumbua unaweza zima hii, sauti yangu itasikika na hawa. Sikujalisha. Good. Then risk management plan. Why should we do all this? Humility is the first step in knowledge acquisition. And you can't acquire knowledge without that humility. Once you stop running, you start dying. When you don't acquire financial knowledge that is necessary for your growth, then you start seeing a decline in your saving culture, wrong borrowing decisions, you start seeing wrong investment decisions. So the first principle in financial literacy, it is acquiring knowledge, and it should be correct knowledge. Correct knowledge. Not just knowledge. It should be what? Correct knowledge. So this organization of Wanaanga, its growth is dependent with how me and you as a member live by Hosea 4:6. My people perish for lack of. You know, it's knowledge that will make somebody pick a loan of 2 million, madam, rather than the person start by creating money anaenda ananunua personal car na 2 million. Alafu anakuja kupaka hapa KMP. Liability. But if you ask that person how many inlets of income he has only one, just like this. Mfereji ni ndogo, unaona? Angalia neighbor mwambie inlet. Angalia neighbor mwambie inlet. Outlet. Yani mwambie inlet. Neighbor, sionyeshe neighbor. Mwambie inlet. Outlet. Yani ya kuingiza pesa ni hii, ya kuchomoa ni hii. So utakuta mtu ana service loan ya milioni 2 akiwa ana pack liability. And he is saying economy, oh shashi. I don't want to hear those excuses. Why, madam? Why would you be comfortable here paying Arun for 84 months, paying a liability 84 months? Halafu uanze kuvuruta miezi. Uko saa hii February. Umechukua mshahara ya May, uko hapa February. Yani imagine uko February lakini umechukua mshahara ya December ukiwa February. The problem is not picking Arun. No. The issue is if you took a salary advance because you want, tunaelekea msimu ya Easter, wakati Yesu atakufa. Si alizaliwa juzi? Atakufa Easter. Wakati Yesu anakufa, iwe ushaweka stock ya 20 ile zitachinjwa kwa hiyo butchery yako. That's why you are picking an advance. You are picking an advance so that uweke magurudumu mpya kwa hiyo gari yako iende inspection, ifanye matatu tick. But if advance is purely for consumption, something is wrong. It's not God who is wrong, neither the devil. Hello. I talk what it is. So what must we do? We must start by saying success is equal to 20% what? But 80%? Because investment is a question of mindset. Investment, chairman, it's a question of mindset. If my mindset tells me I can be able to make it, if my mindset tells me it's not normal for my account in Wanaanga to receive money once in every 30 days, then I can convert by asking myself, what must I do for my account in Wanaanga to receive money regularly? You know, madam, what makes me and everybody else to be comfortable? God has given them 365 days. How many times does money enter your account out of the 5 days? Once after every 30 days. That means in 365 days, the one who is employed money is eating his account only 12 days out of 365 days. But I have seen, chairman, you have our own book of 950 million. It should be reflected to come back into the society by the wealth these people are creating. You can't have 950 million circulating in the economy, source being Wanaanga, but what the people are saving is 118 million. I've checked your audited books of 2023. They are here. 2023 audit and book, you only saved 118 million. That was your total savings as members. Average 29,000 per member per annum. But 950 million is working out there as per this book. I like what your director cooperatives are saying. You must believe in your circle more than you believe in the bank. And I'll prove that, courage. All of us who are here, God has blessed us to get into that. So what must we do? We have a clean slate. It is us to write that. So I quickly brush through this. As a member of a circle, you must understand the difference between banking model, insurance model, circle model, and social welfare. As I drove in, the first thing I saw at your gate was Jubilee Insurance. Why didn't I see this thing there? That one. Banking was not formed to grow you. Can I surprise you, Honorable Chairman? When I came, I quickly, because me, I deal with statistics and financial management. The quickest thing I checked was out of the 4,000 members of Wanaanga, only about 170, 192 ndio wanapitisha mshahara kwa vocha hapa. Out of 4,000 members, only 70 from Mother Ministry. That tells you whenever you see your salary going through the bank, then the bank is, and imagine what you are losing is what we call interest on withdrawal, service charge. And I want to encourage us, first of all, as ordinary members, kindly remember the bank was not formed to grow your wealth. It is formed to grow the wealth of their shareholders. Ndio maana mkubwa, ikiwa mshahara yako inapita Equity, Equity ikitangaza 46 billion, unaionea view sasa. Family Bank ikitangaza hiyo faida yote, unaionea. Lakini AGM is coming very soon, and you'll be the same person whose salary is going through the bank asking for dividend. And it is as simple as this, because if your salary went through the bank, Wanaanga would have charged you 100 shillings to process your salary. But if your salary goes to commercial bank, I will not mention their names, for example, they will charge you between 180 shillings and 220 to process your salary. Why pay more by 80 shillings or by 100 shillings by passing your salary through that bank? Why pay more? If your salary is passing through a commercial bank which is charging you 220 shillings to process your salary, 220 shillings per month times 12, how much money have you taken to that bank? In excess of 2,400 that year. So it is important I encourage us as honorable members. Please, let's believe in this institution. It's 45 years old, sir. It is a very established society. Don't pick loans from the bank, because I'll be teaching investment. You save, then you borrow loan to invest. Please don't borrow from the bank. Average lending rate currently for the banks, it is between 19 and 24%. Average lending rate. But I've seen yours is 1% for Bossa loans and between 15.84 for what? Why pay more in the bank? And you know what they will tell you? You don't need a guarantor for you. But they will not educate you how to use the money because they want you to keep on topping up. Sacco model, I come to that. Insurance is not an investment. Check your neighbor, insurance is not an investment. Insurance is for protection. You protect your life, you protect your assets, you protect your income streams. So don't think because payslip yako inangolewa elfu kumi ati zinaenda insurance nini. With kwa sababu ako branded, kuja mkubwa yangu, kuja tufundisha na wewe, nakuomba. Nakuomba ukuje tufundisha na wewe. Naomba pia wewe uko na shati ya Wanaanga ukuje tufundishe. Kuja tufundisha na wewe. Haya, kuja ndugu. This sako what? Wanaanga akae hapa, Wanaanga kaa hapa. Haya, kaa ndugu. Kuna shemeji yako nimeita hapa. Kati yao. Nitawaomba akistretch mkono akuwekelee hapa. Might you be comfortable hapa? Unaona ni wapi ndugu? Hapa. Upande hii, sawa ndugu? Might you be comfortable? Yeah, hapa. Yeah, hapa tu hapa. Usiende mbali. Na ndugu, si unafanya hivi, ni kuwekelea hivi kidogo. So, circle model. Say circle model. Circle model. So, all of you members, mnakubaliana mnataka kuform Wanaanga Sacco. Wanaanga what? So this is what? Wanaanga Sacco. Mnakuja ukiwa wewe unatoka kwa biashara, unaendesha gari yako, unauza kwa grocery, umeajiriwa KMD, KCA, KNH, wherever you are working. Brayburn. So you join here. For you to join the society, you do two things. You must buy share. You must buy what? Shares, which you can pay one-off or you pay for a pore. Two, you must keep the relationship held by saving if your business is generating income daily. If your business, for example, those who are employed, their business earns only once. They save end of the month. So two things you wear. Ukiingia hapa kama mwanachama, unavaa kofia mbili. Shareholder na financial. Shareholder ni share capital yako. Financial, it is your monthly or weekly or daily saving. So you join, you become a member. Are we together? Then all of you, 4,000, munakuwa Wanaanga. So this connection is for 4,000 customers. Wamekuwa Wanaanga. When you save in Wanaanga, you get multiplier effect. You can get Bossarons times, is it 4 or 3? 3, or you get Bossarons times 8 or something. So then it is you, the member, who will come patronize the services of the circle. You apply for our own. You apply for our what? So pesa ile umesave hapa, umesave 1,100, ukikujia Bossarons unatoka ikiwa 300, si ndio? Ukisave hapa ikiwa 500, unakuja unapewa 1.5, si ndio? Yes. Then you go with this money, you go to use it for investment. Please don't pick this money ati unapeleka kwa liabilities. And a liability is anything that is not generating money to your account. It's period, nothing more, nothing less. So if you went and you built your personal house, the rent it has saved then becomes over time after kulipa loan, the rental saving, you convert it back into your savings. But being Africans who we are, even me when I was growing up, I was told mwanaume ni nyumba. Unakuja unakopa 2,000,000 ama 5, unaenda kwenu ushago na unaishi Nairobi. Unajenga nyumba ya milioni ngapi? 3. Halafu unaendelea kulipa interest hapa Wanaanga na bando utaajiri mtu akae kwa nyumba ya milioni 3, 10,000 kwa sababu ya kukaa ili ujenge reputation at zero cost. So we leave that. I'll come to that. So umekuja umechukua 2,000,000. Take this money to investment. Investments, right? Put the money in business. Put the money in, you want to do baby care, you want to do serious business, farming, you want to put that money through rental income, you create rental income. So that's what we call investments. If you took it to school fees, then for your children, it is not an investment. It is simply a social cost, necessary social cost, not an investment. Educating your children is not an investment. To you, it's to them. To you, it's not an investment. To them, it's an investment. Are we getting? To you, it's not a what? To them. Very good. Because you are preparing them to create an asset through that school fees, an asset known as skills, which they shall go and sell. So waajiriwe ili ile skill ianze kumletea pesa. Tuko pamoja? But they are not going to work for you. That's why when you are seated here, umeajiriwa ndugu, it's not your wife who is employed there. It's not your dad, it's you. KMD does not know, does not pay your dad, your brother, your cousin, your friends. It's you. Your pay slip ina jina yako. That's why you must know how to prudently use it. Umekosa kulipa loan. Ndio hivyo ndivyo members wanapeangwa loan. Mara moja anehama. Anapewa loan, ana default. Si yeye anaonyesha customers, anaonyesha nini? Unajua customers anachukua loan alafu anachange hata pay points. Si unajua hivyo? Hiyo ni mfano mzuri. So then you must repay the loan back. Get me this and you repay back your what? You get a loan, you repay back the loan. Ikifika hapa inalipa hiyo sonda umekunywa, maji, inalipa biscuit, inalipa huyu unaona online anafanya hapo, si ndio? Inalipa wewe allowance ya kuja kusomeshwa, na inalipa wewe ukikuja ADM, si ndio? Na inagharamia staff wale wanakuhudumia thinking on your behalf. Whatever remains in your hand comes back to who? To the member. So plus even inarudi kwa nani? Inarudi kwa sema kwangu kama member. So everything started with who? Member. Everything is ending with who? So who is saving rest? Is it the circle or the member? So who is saving 1,000 per month? For 12 months, he is saving 12,000. So if he saves 10 years, 1,000, ata save what? If he takes 20 years, ata save what? If it takes 30 years, ata save how much? So who is saving 1,000? Is it the circle or the member? Now, who picks the loan? Is it the circle that gets a loan or it's the member? Who stops to pay the loan? Who stops to pay the loan? Who stops to pay the loan? Is it the circle that is not paying the loan? Who wants big dividends? Is it the circle? But who is saving loan? Who wants big dividends? But who is not saving? Who is not picking loans from the circle? Who wants dividends? Where are they? Where will the money come from? What I want to remind us is that your chairman is a member first. Your directors are members first. They don't have solution for everything. It is you just told them, lead on our behalf. But the commissioner said you must support them by saving in the society. By doing what? And you can't save 1,000 constantly for 30 years. It will not be okay. But today I want us to be candid with each other. Because if, for example, take an example of somebody averagely earning 40,000, averagely. Average, ule anapata mingi MD wenu na mpaka chini. Average everybody, I start with employed. Take average salary of 40. So if 40 is your gross pay, 40 is your gross pay, 40K is your gross pay, times 12 months. So 4,800,000 is your annual pay, gross. Now wewe umesave 12,000 out of 480 because you don't earn net, you earn gross. I repeat, you don't earn net, you earn gross. How comes unasoma Biblia inasema love your neighbor? products as you love yourself. But you are saving 12,000, having generated 480 in the year. You generated, how much did you love yourself with? What is that percentage? That tells us you love your landlord more than you love yourself. You love the shopkeeper more than you love yourself. You love Nairobi's water more than you love yourself. You love EABL more than you love yourself. Yeah. You love care, you love more than you love yourself. Solution is not God. Solution is not devil. It is you. Because even the rule in Genesis 41, you have already violated. Genesis 41, 34, you have already violated. And that rule says, Farao akaota ng'ombe saba nono na ng'ombe saba nono. Hizi konde zikatokelezea zile saba nono zikakula. Umewahi kuona ng'ombe imetoka marishoni lakini tumbo iko ndani? Then Farao akatafuta Yusufu. Yusufu akaja akasema, uishi milele mfalme, uishi milele mfalme. Mungu anakuambia patakuja miaka 7 ya utere na miaka 7 ya uchache. Ikiwa una mtu mwenye hekima, muweke kwa kiti, aamulishe Misri wakati wa utere, iweke 1/5 of every produce and harvest in Misri for the rainy day. 1/5 in percentage is what? 1/5 in percentage is what? 20. That tells you this person should think to pay himself 20% of this person and push it to Wanaanga without giving excuses. Without giving. I know right now, sir, I know what's going in the mind of my brothers and sisters here. Rent, paying school fees, food, tax man. Tax is certain as death is. If we want our circle to grow more, we need to pump more. Then we pick good road. So we pick good. And then we repay our. Then we should now then ask our directors to prudently invest and get us some money. But if we are saving small, hello, and the circle is always giving you loan at a very cheap rate, I encourage you, believe in yourself. I am to start there because you can't talk of savings vehicle if we can't see this model. Can you clap for them? Good. Thank you so much. Kila mtu waongeze sonda moja moja. Sonda moja moja ongezea wao. So this is what I was talking about. So I will skip that cooperative model and straight read that. Now let's talk about how do we accumulate money. How do we what? Accumulate money. How do we accumulate what? Money. Mimi ni mwalimu ya kufundisha watu to accumulate money, preserve, then utilize, then protect, and then you pass what? Well, najua kuna wakati moja chairman, nilienda kufundisha senior officers defense college, wanajeshi. Then nikakutana na moja nilifundisha huko recruit school in 2016. So ananiuliza, umekuja tena mtu yule ufundisha watu kuhusu vile wata make pesa bila kutumia. But I like what that gentleman I met in 2016 in recruit school. He went through the ranks. I am 2016 and last year, it was actually last year, May or something of the sort. So the gentleman then he tells me, but I like what you said. You told us to accumulate money. So what I decided was, when I am in that college, KMA in Nakuru, Kenya, their military academy. The gentleman, every money he was earning as a cadet, as a recruit, he decided to save everything. Everything. Because anapewa chakula free ya gap. Pesa ile anahitaji ni ya kununua mdawa ya mswaki peke yake. Ni mswaki ya peke yake. He saved. When he left the training school, he was first posted at Manda Bay. Ukiwa huko bando kuna chakula, lakini naona siku hizi nataka kutolewa. He accelerated in saving for 2 more years kwa sako yao Arambe. Then he came back, picked the same road, went back, implement the things we say. Akarundi kwao Migori. He put up 30-acre plantation of trees. Using the military discipline, he made sure every tree matures. Right now, as we talk, when I met them last year, he has 30,000 standing trees. How many years? 2019 to date? 6 years. In 15 years, his trees will be mature for sale. Do the math. Do the math. There is no amount of solidarity or CBA would have generated money for that person like that. It starts with knowing you must be deliberate to acute money. The gentleman is a Kano today. Hajajenga sana agenda juu. But he comfortably knows Nikona 30,000 standing trees. In 15 years, I'll be selling average 12,000. So I'm expecting 360 million as in a shashi, as in a. Because investment, you can't accumulate money without patience. The patient make money from impatient. That's why Platinum Progressive will make money from you at 4.5% per month because you are impatient. What must we do? It is a question of we thank God, we have a job, we have a family, we have a business, we have a farm, and you are healthy. Then you choose not to complain, but be grateful. Then work smart to change your life and other people's life. Remember, God told Abraham, I'll bless you to become a blessing. We who are seated here, by God's grace, we should be able to pay school fees for somebody you don't know, from a country or community you don't know, and you shut your mouth. Can't do that if you are not well invested. When I left corporate one and I was received in the university by my mentor, because you are first put under an apprentice, I was received by a gentleman known as Okero. He told me, mekuja huku ukiwa mchanga, huku watu retire wakiwa na titles mingi, na pia unaweza barikiwa ukuwe na deep state kidogo, ukuwe na ka deep state, unaelewa ka deep state, na unaweza barikiwa ukuwe na nywele nyeupe na title mingi. Lakini most likely if you don't work smart, you may end up to retire upewe wheelbarrow na kijiko. Na title zako mingi hazitakusaidia. Akaniambia umeletwa hapa kufundisha financial accounting. Ukiandikia watoto wa wenyewe, they we are about assets. Uandike land is an asset. Unajiuliza, do you own any land? Akaniambia ukiandikia watoto buildings is an asset. Unajiuliza, do you own any building that is generating money for you, or you are talking theory. Niambia ukiandikia watoto motor vehicles is an asset. You ask yourself, do you have a productive motor vehicle or a liability motor vehicle? It only when you tell children quote and shares, you ask yourself, which counters have you invested? That gentleman, he owns shares in 4 stock exchange. Nairobi Stock Exchange, New York Stock Exchange, London Stock Exchange, and South Africa Stock Exchange. Alikataa nyumba zile zilikuwa zinapewa lecturers, na Moi alikuwa anapeanga lecturers in 80s ili wasistrike, uko Lavington na Kileleshwa alizikata. But in the same Lavington he owns 4 flats. And he educates. The blessing I was talking about, he educates over 300 children through his foundation. That's why we need to be careful of us other people. Then you choose an attitude of thanksgiving. Thank you, God, for this that I have today. Thank you for my business, which is at Dagoretti Corner. Thank you for my business, which is in Gong. Thank you for my business. I'm in Wanaanga to develop with Wanaanga. Thank God for everything you have. Then be responsible for your personal choices and decisions. You choose that. You choose to be responsible for personal decisions that you make. You choose to be very deliberate because we are product of our choices. You know, there is somebody who will come to Wanaanga Sacco, apatiwe shilingi 200,000. Akona choice, atachomoka, anunue TV. Aweke kwa ukuta. TV. Arudi tena, oh thank you. Arudi tena, na hiyo 200,000 amepewa. Asumbue Mutiso na Wafra ili wamalizie sofa set haraka haraka. Nunue nini? Sofa set. Na aweke kamkeka kwa nyumba. Na hiyo 100,000, that person has made choice. The choice to be sitting on our own, watching their own. Anakalia ron, na anaangalia ron. Anakalia ron, anaangalia ron. Na anakanyanga ron. That's our choice. That's our choice. But he would also make a choice. My 200, money has ears. Money has. Chairman, unalipanga hawa watu allowance ya kusoma. Nikuuliza, kama hawalipwi, si ndio? Unajua kuna watu wakilipwa mshahara kama rasilimali wamelipwa. White smoke inatokanga lini KCA na white smoke. Siku ya kulipwa ni lini? 20 and 30. Unajua kuna watu wakilipwa pesa inamsumbuanga, mara ameenda Go, mara ametekelezea ameenda town, anahama hivi. Yaani pesa tu inamsumbua, yani inamwambia chukua gari haraka haraka ukaone in-laws, anakondisha haraka haraka. Ni pesa, because money talks. And the people who listen to money, they know how to speak back to money. Now, choice. This person can say, hey, my 200,000, move to M-Pesa, become a float. Become a float. Then start generating for me commissions on M-Pesa. Commissions on M-Pesa. That money has hand your voice. Move, don't buy liability. Go become a float. Start generating for me M-Pesa commission. Now, move, go and buy for me serious. When people are harvesting dengue na PhD, dengue na versus PhD. Dengue versus PhD. So go buy for me what? Dengue. When people harvest, Dengu is between 70 and 80 shillings. How many kgs will this person purchase? Mathematicians, very quick. Help me before my time is up. 200,000 divided by the 50, 80. Give me the kgs. Give me the kgs. 200,000 divided by 80 shillings. Hauko unanifanyia hii hesabu? Eh? Yeah, so huyu mtu anaambia 200,000 go and become 2,500 kgs. Then I will wait for you patiently for 6 months. I'll be patient because investment is a question of patience. I'll be patient for 6 months. Then you hit 180. Well, said mathematician, go on. What is the sales? 450. This is sales. This is what? Sales. You want to tell me this person will make a profit of less than 200,000? Will make less than 200,000? Is patience because he is still making choices. He is making what? Anarudi na hii pesa yote anakuja kwa fixed deposit za Wanaanga. Inakaa hapo for 3 months. Anangoja next harvest. Anachomoka na hiyo anarudi kwa soko. His patience will grow his wealth. Somebody also move with the same 200,000. You move with the same 200 what? 1,000. And he makes a choice that with his 200,000, hakuna mahali anaweza fuga breed, not a cow. There is a difference between cows and breed. Ukifuga a cow, itakusumbua because itatoa lita 2. Na hata nyumba yako unajua ikunywangi 2. Lakini with this 200,000, huyu mtu anaweza songa anunue breed. One breed is between 100 and 150,000. A breed. A what? A breed. Anunue ng'ombe. Si breed. Breed. Si kununua. Unajua ni makosa kufuga ng'ombe ile iko na tanka hapa na una expect kuwa mkulima wa maziwa. If you want to be a milk farmer, unanunua breed. Breed unainunulia nyasi. Haikuli kwa barabara ikiwa wewe uko na mahali ya kufuga. Si ya kuachilia. Breed huwezi achilia ilete maziwa ya 40 liters. Are we together? Then this person chooses to invest in a good cow shed and invest to have some feeding area na pia kuko na sleeping area. Unajua a cow can sleep anywhere, but a breed iko na feeding area, iko na dining table, na iko na living room mahali inapumzikanga, na iko na bedroom yake. Naonekana utakuja mara mingi hapa. Yeah, thank you so much. Clap for this gentleman. Thank you so much. So he invests this so that he start generating 40 liters. You know, I went to train this staff. This is what we're talking about here. And I was training in Nanyuki. And then somebody was like, Maureen, what exactly did you say? We can be able to grow our wealth through farming? Yes. I say, nikipita hapa kwenu, pita hapa kwenu, unaona kuko na Tomorrow University inafanya hivi kama saa hii. Imagine hiyo ni pesa tu, inafanya hivi. Inahitaji ikatwe, iwekwe folder. Because investment is seeing opportunity. And the gentleman started farming. Today, that CEO, that gentleman, out of mahali amenunua plot mbili za 1 hivi zimesikanisha, akona ng'ombe 4 za grade. Kila moja ni gansi, ina produce between 25 na 30 liters. Because he has invested in good. Now, 1 liter of a gansi, 1 liter of a gansi. Si uliambiwa ng'ombe breed ni 4. Gansi is the one that produces milk that makes yogurt ile unaonunua supermarket pale junction inaitwa bio. Unaona bio yogurt? Inatoka kwa maziwa ya Gansi. Si freshen because of fat content. Ndio maana ukienda ununue kitu kanatoshana hivi ka bio yogurt, it's expensive. So 1 liter of raw milk ya Gansi is 175 to 195 shillings. Go ask Ominko Magara. Go ask Morongara. You know, there is a time our MCAs, we were training sender in Marawi. Then our MCAs, sorry, we included, came to Marawi and they were doing farm visits, kumbe tuko huko. And then these gentlemen, after kusomesha yote wakauliza, na hizi ng'ombe mnatoanga wapi? Wakaambiwa, mnajua mahali panaitwa Githongori. Mahali panaitwa nini? Ndio ng'ombe hizi uto. But they are going to ask for that input where? That's why I don't want you to believe in any other circle. Believe na hii yenu ndugu. Usingoje ati msaada itoke nje, iko hapa. You only need to make right sound decisions and choices. A choice that wewe unajiwekea caveat. Unasema mimi kwa neema ya Mungu, by the time I retire, if I'm employed, I need 3 million sitting in Wanaanga. Hizo si pension, ni savings zako. But it will be compelled by the choice you make today. If you invest your 20% savings out of your monthly earnings, you will get there. When you invest in this breed, you save. Ni makosa sako ikupea loan uende kufuga ng'ombe na unapeana kwa maziwa ili ulipwe through hizo benki. No. Ni makosa sako ikupea pesa ukafanye serial business na wewe baadaye unapeleka pesa kwa benki. No. Bring back money to your circle. Si nimeona mko na baby. Nimeona mko na mobile app. Kwa nini mtu basi akiuza mayai haya asisave hapa kwa sasa? Choice. Choice. Economy will always be difficult. We can only make sure. Antidote to economic hard times, it is how much streams of income you have. If you only depend on one, nyesha neighbor tena mwambie source. Wale wako online sema source. Output. It is you to remember, salary is not a fruit. Salary is a seed. Salary is not a fruit. Salary is a seed. Your business profit is not a fruit. Your business profit is a seed. You seed it into fixed deposits of Wanaanga. It matures 13%. You seed it in treasury bonds. It matures. You seed that seed from your salary you save through Wanaanga. After some time, sir, unapewa loan, unaweka uba moja. Every save, ukilipa dereva na ukilipa kufuel gari na imeoshwa, dereva wako njioni pesa yote anafagiria Wanaanga. Sales za hiyo siku, za hiyo uba. Usiongeze propensity to consume because umenunua uba moja. After a while, you use the second rule. Rule number 1, make money. Rule number 2, use those money to make more money. Hii uba moja inunue uba ya pili. Hizi uba mbili pamoja na mshahara yako inunue uba ya tatu. Hizi uba tatu pamoja na mshahara yako zianze kufanya farming. Even those of you who are here in Nairobi and you have plots, you are living here, Kayole, Kitengera, Gong, wherever, you can still farm in urban center. You can do mushroom farming. You only need to invest 12,500 for 1 week. Uende pale Jomo Kenyatta Foundation, Jomo Kenyatta University, ufundishwe kufuga mushroom. And you don't need a space beyond this space. to that pillar, that corner, hii peke yake, you need an investment of 250,000. Kutoka mahali commissioner ameketi kuja hapa kwenda pale, uweke nyumba ya mushroom ya matope. You can do hydraulic, what we call hydroponics farming. You can do hydroponic. Yes, thank you, my brother. Thank you, sir. Yes. Yes. So he is confirming he is a witness. And you grow. Let me tell you, unaona hii seed mkubwa. Shukuru Mungu una mshahara, lakini usikwame hapa, inaweza kuweka comfort zone. Because job is the full meaning of job. J-O-B is just over broke. Just over broke. That's why unakutanga mtu amelipwa leo na anakuwa broke immediately. Mshahara inaingia saa hii, anakuwa broke immediately. Huyo ndio mtu utakuta akilipwa, akienda kwa ATM, ana withdraw pesa kwa ATM, anaanza kuhesabu. Unahesabu pesa imetoka kwa ATM, utararamikia nani? Hata ikiwa kidogo. Na uko hapa ukiwa umeshikanisha future na ATM. Wanaume wanaelewa future, umeshikanisha future na ATM. Yaani future imegonga nini? ATM. Ili uhesabu pesa. Hapo nje kuko na security. Wacha kujifinya kwa ATM. Are we talking? Yes. We need to be deliberate to create. Look at me, colleagues. With your salary, you thank God. You create a second source. Say second source. Say second source. It could be fixed deposit, farming income, rental income. Nimeona hapa chairman wa housing. I believe kuna marandrons generate hapa chairman. Yeah. Unaona? Then from your rental income, you generate fixed deposit. From your fixed deposit, you generate mbuto inakuwa kubwa. Ni wangapi hapa wamebarikiwa kutoka upande ya Nyanza? Kama umetoka upande ya Nyanza, nyosha mkono hivi. Very good. Yaani ikiwa kabla ufike kwenu nyumbani unapitanga Awasi River, inua mkono hivi. Amazon. Ila mto inaanzianga ikiwa hivyo inaingia Lake Victoria. Hiyo mto inaingia Lake Victoria. Ama wale wanapita Yara River ama Sol. Ni Sol ama ni? So hiyo mto huanza ikiwa hivyo. Wangapi wamebarikiwa kutoka huko wa Munyoro? Wandaji. Si unapitanga mto inaitwa Sagana hapa ina generate nini? Hiyo mto inaanzanga ikiwa hivyo. Hapana. Ile junction ya Marwa kwenda na Rumoro na kwenda Nyeri. Hiyo mto inatoshana na hii meza ndio Sagana River na ndio River Tana. Ikifika Tana River County inabeba watu. Lakini huku juu inaanza kama tributary. Inachukua tributary ya pili, ya tatu, ya nne, inakuwa mto kubwa. Nobody among us should depend on one source of income. Nobody. You must make sure that you multiply your streams. And to multiply streams, director, it is a question of being deliberate. It's a question of being deliberate with your choices. It's a question of being patient to watch your wealth grow. It's a question of being resilient. You believe you can be able to make it. It's a question of killing self-gratification. Because investment, it is putting aside money you may have used today to put it into use, generate money you will need in future. I repeat, investment is putting aside money you could have consumed today. You put it in a productive asset to generate cash flows which you will need in future. So investment is not emotions. Hakuna mtu, unaona vyenye uamukangi unasikia kuomba, hivyo ndivyo investment ipo. Na usiexpect utaamuka usikie kuomba, ni wewe utaamuka uombe. Usifikiri utaamuka hivi usikie kuomba kusoma maandiko. Ni wewe utaamua ukue discipline. Investment will not grow by excuses, by saying, oh, I wish mimi nilikuanga Sharin, nilizaliwa na. I wish mimi nilikuwa Ngena, nilizaliwa na Kenyatta. Don't give excuses. Being born poor is not your mistake. Dying poor is your choice. Coming from a humble background is not the right not to invest. You know, ma'am, I normally tell people there is a day I went to school. When I was taken to school, high school, nilinunuliwa shirt. Ile kitu nilinunuliwa tu inakaa kama iko decent, ni kaptura tu. The next ilikuwa shirt ukifanya mkono hivi inasema what? Unajua hizo shirt za mtumba? And I tell people, it is us who make choice. So this choice is that financial distress will be there unless we have streams of income, which we choose to motivate. So what must we do? We must be people, unaona hii, average savings plan. Every one of us who is here and have, especially the employee, if your average salary is 40, if you got into this circle for that year, none of you should have below 2.8 million in savings peke yake. By being disciplined to save. Kama ni huyu ndugu ukimalizana na hii kamera, pesa ile utalipwa, you save 20%. Leo jioni utaitishwa form. I hope you are saving here. Are you together? Wanabiashara, siku ikiisha, unapiga hesabu. Stock yako ilianza na ngapi, uliuza sales ngapi, difference is your profit, then you save every day. Wanabiashara, you save. Wale ambao ni wanabiashara, income yao inakuja end month, they are farmers, for example, of milk or something, you save every month. You save your business profit hapa kwa. Where you are working, you are entitled to allowances and per diem. You save before you get to that hotel. Kama per diem ndio inakutangulianga. You know, there is a time, Mkubwa, I went to train people from KPA airports, and I told these guys, you know what, friends? Kuna siku itafika kwa payslip yako utaona kitu inaitwa overtime. Ni kama unaona wandugu wale wote na wandanda wako hapa analipwa mshahara. Ukigonga miaka 60 manda, house allowance, commute allowance, per diem. Unajua ukienda retire, nobody will pay you commute. To commute for who? Where? Today you are being kicherewa frequent disciplinary. Leo unalipwa house allowance ili usikuje kazini unalalia hivi baro. Usikute ndio maana unalipwa nini? Ndio maana unalipwa house ili ulale vizuri kwako. Are we talking? Ile siku utalitaya hakuna atakulipa house allowance. Hizo vitu zitakapo. Ile siku utalitaya utatoka nyumba ya kampuni ya serikali, yani ya serikali. You save today because God has given you ability. So remember, all of us, we move in this cycle. Ulianza mtoto unasonga na kuna miaka itafika wapi? Huku. Unajua ukifika huku ndio unahitaji, unaona ni kwa nini vile mtu anazeeka anaambiwa akule mboga mingi na maji mingi. Umewahi kujua hiyo maneno? Ni kwa maana hata tumbo inachoka kusiaga. Sasa urundi kuwa vegetarian. Vile miaka inasonga huku ndio unahitaji kuwa na more passive. income. Say passive income. Passive income. Not current income, passive. Passive is money that does not need your physical strength to come through. You know, today, everything you start working, coming to the marketplace to sell your skills, your time, and energy. Those three must accompany you for you to earn the salary. Skills, time. But the fixed deposit in Wanaanga do not require your time. Actually, they only need your time patient, but they don't need your skill, they don't need your strength. The savings you are put in Wanaanga do not need your strength, they only need your patience. Ili usikue mtu wa kusave leo una withdraw cash. Unajua kuna watu ako kwa sako miaka 20 lakini amechomoka miaka 5. Ana mara 5 save miaka 2 anachomoka. Anajua vile maisha ni ngumu. Anaona yenyewe si nzuri. Anakimbia kwa bank, anapeleka pepo mfuko yote. Kikiumana anaitwa karibu nyumbani roho tena. Ananuliwa, anakaa, anatoka tena. No. Vile unasonga miaka huku unahitaji passive what? Money that does not need your physical strength. And if you are nearing retire uko past 45, you need to have at least 4 sources of income that are in passive category. If you are approaching 45 and past, you need 4. It is economic sabotage to be 40 years old, depending on one source of income. It is economic sabotage. Personal sabotage to be 40 years old, depending with one source of. It is wrong for you as a business person to depend with one client. It is wrong for you as a business person to have your shop stagnant for 20 years, the same condition. It needs to expand. It is wrong for you, business person who is here, to have a fraud running your KCB agency, M-Pesa agency, Equity agency, na fraud yako itokangi 100 ni makosa. Then you need to ask yourself, are you really in business or you are busy? There is a difference between business and business. Business generates profit. Business has a plan. Business, busy. You know, unajua kuna watu watakwambia ako in business. Na saa hiyo analima eka moja, inaleta mahindi 200. Na aliweka mifuko 3 ya mahindi. Kila mfuko ni 800. Mifuko 3 ni 2,400. Akaweka fertilizer bag moja 3,500. That has become 6,000. Akapalilia na aletokanga Nairobi aende kuangalia eka moja ya mahindi. Kila weekend anaenda kuangalia ya mahindi. That person is simply busy. He is not a farmer. If you are here and you are an investor and you don't have asset allocation plan, savings plan, your business does not have a plan, even yourself, you don't have a plan, you are simply busy. Yani tuende tu, huyo ndio mtu utakuta na misemo. Uko salama? Uko tu. Hujaulizwa pluro, umeulizwa wewe. Uko aje? Sasa unajibu tuko tu. Sema niko. Are we talking? So passive income. Ile miaka inasonga huku, you need interest on deposits that are packed. You need for miaka kama 10. At least you should be clocking 500,000 because you are distant. And I repeat, colleagues online and the faithful ones who are here, beautiful and handsome people, you will never feel like to serve. So don't expect a feeling. You will never like being born again. You make a decision. You will never feel like putting your money in income generating asset. It is you who stand in it. before uanze kufuga kuku, take time, understand what it takes to do pottery. Pottery ni tofauti na weaving. Pottery ni tofauti na ni tofauti na GIS. Chicken farming. Don't go on TikTok. Go on the accounts that are teaching how to rear chicken. Hello. So unasonga huku ndugu, unahitaji more passive income. Passive income. Because pia unasonga huku ndio unaamka asubuhi. Umewahi kutoka kwa kitanda asubuhi, ati unaamka kwa kitanda, ukijinyosha hivi unasikia mifupa. Ni kama mtu akiwa anaweza fikiri uko na G3 kwa nyumba. Ile miaka inasonga huku, you should not be depending on active income. You should depend on what? Hello. So what then must we do? We must take charge of our life. We must always know that this thing will always be there. We must be people who know the reason that is the circle knows we will get to this junction. The circle is expecting us to get to this junction. And the circle wants us, our wallet to be full. The wallet to be full of the loans you make, the investments you make, the profit you are generating. Hapana kama maisha ya financial kama ile ya Mkenya. Unajua Mkenya anatoa gari yake kwa nyumba ikiwa anaona iko below hii, iko empty. Anasema ni yangu unaelewa. Hata ikiwa iko chini ya hiyo. Inaenda inakuwa panchio na mkuta na kipo. Najua kibuyu kwa financial life is you reacting, using M-Pesa, using Jimisa, using M-Shwari, using Fuliza. All those ni kibuyu unabeba. Hiyo ni kibuyu. Kama ule mtu anakuwa gari ikiwa negative. And I speak to believers who are listening to this, those of Christian faith. Having nothing in your pocket is not humbleness. Speak to those who are Christians listening to me. Having nothing in your pocket is not a sign of going to heaven. It is simply poverty. And you can't use prayer to embrace reasons. You must invest. There is no return without an investment. So after you pray, put money into working for you. Pray but have money working. By the way, there is no single day money rain. It's only money. Don't confuse money with money. Hapo unajikuta mtu anasema blessed are the poor in. Your scripture inasema blessed are the poor in pocket. Blessed are the poor in spirit, not in pocket. That's why the Bible is saying, money speaks what? What is that language? Save me today, save me tomorrow. The rule is, you start with this 2,500 kgs of dengu, you keep accumulating. You start with 1 breed of a cow, you keep accumulating. You make money. You start with 1 Uber, you keep accumulating. To make money, use those money to what? Use that money to what? Then you reach the what? You will be money. And if the plan on top of Wanaanga service, Wanaanga is reminding us, why should we save and invest? Because Wanaanga is saying, it does not matter how many resources you have, What can you see in this picture? If you are able to see it clearly. Kuna mtu anakwea ukuta, si ndio? Alafu akona ngazi, anakuja na ngazi anatandika, anakanyanga hiyo ngazi. Unachukua, unatandika, unakanyanga. Let me tell you, colleagues, solution. Unajua kuna mtu anapewa normal road, anataka kumpeleke juu. Kuna mtu anachukua road moja nitumie kuandikisha ama 100 years. Nakuta mtu anapewa road hapa shilingi 500 road. Hapa 500. Baadaye aende mbele mkubwa, huyo mtu anaanza kujigeresi. Yani amepewa loan ya 500,000 for loan alipia 60 months. How many months? 60. That tells you Mwenyezi Mungu ongeza hapo baraka za Mungu, ongeza hapo. Ongeza pia za Ibrahimu hapo. Ongeza pia za Isaka. Maana hapa anasema tuwapatie baraka za Solomon. Na hakuna ndoa za Solomon. Solomon alikuwa na watu wengi ndoa za Solomon. Akishawa baraka. Ukikuta hapa unapewa sasa. I'm illustrating that. Why should you save and invest? Why should you save and invest? You come into the Wanaanga unapewa shilingi 500. Sema 500. Sema 500. Unapewa miezi 48 kulipa. Sema 48 months. Unapewa miezi ngapi? 48. Unapewa shilingi 500. Unaambiwa ulipe sisi polepole kwa miaka ijayo, miaka 4. Ikifika mwaka wa 49, if you use your 500,000 well, you should be equal to, ukitana mwaka wa 45 up, you should be equal to 500,000 ulikopa pale plus interest you pay plus profits you generated. That should be you here. I repeat. You pick 500,000 here from Wanaanga. You are given 48 months to pay. On the 49th month, you should be equal to 500,000 you borrowed plus interest you paid 4 years plus profits that money was generating. That's when you say you are investing wisely. Hata kabla uanzie siku moja ya hiyo loan umerudishia mwili shukurani na loan. Even before one day of this 48 months umesharudishia mwili nini? Shukurani. Halafu unaanza kusema mimi ndio mlipi, mimi ndiye mkopi. Mimi ndiye mkopi na mimi ndiye mlipi. Hizo excuses, it is a mindset. Are we talking? Ati unachukua pesa, unajua kuna watu wanapita akichukua pesa hapa, bandara asonge anaanza kurudi nyuma. Anaona ako karibu kuanguka, ana top up. No more, top up. Top up haraka haraka wewe, top up. Top up mbio mbio. Anarudi ground zero. Yeye aendangi above sea level yake. Halafu anasahau alitop up. Tabia zinamrejelea. Ya top up anajisukuma naye. Saa hiyo anakuja, anatoka. Amesahau. Nasema mimi by the way sini dalipa tu nitafanya kamrandi, niko na tumiaka, anaanza kurudi nyuma akiwa karibu kuanguka. Saa hiyo ndio anakuja na compulsory savings za NSSF zinaingia, ina squeeze mshahara tena, chief ina squeeze mshahara tena. Sasa saa hiyo ndio unamkuta akiwa pale kwa sako akiambia credit manager, wewe ndiye mama na baba, wewe ndiye mwokozi wangu, approve hii carbon, na approve top up, anarudi no, anarudi nini? Lakini ikiwa huyu mtu anachukua top up ili aweke gurundumu kwa hiyo gari yake ya North Rift iende inspection, aweke kwa hiyo yake ya 2NK ili andunge ng'ombe ile ya breed mbegu, ndio maana anachukua 5,000 ili aweke ng'ombe yake ya breed mbegu. Tik anachukua hiyo 5,000 aongeze machine kwa baba shop yake, anachukua hiyo 10,000 ili aweke second seat ya salon yake. Tik. Lakini hii ya kurudi ground normal na unakaa ni kama uko normal. You should evaluate your wealth by the change you are making during your own cycle. So that even if you took a loan and went to do your master's and PhD, after the PhD, what is our PhD generating to you? Are you waiting for government to increase your salary by 4,000 after every 3 years? Now, will you invest 900,000 into your PhD? And you should write conference papers. You should write articles. You should inform policy. See title. And by the way, let me tell you, colleagues, put titles down. Money understands generating it. Clap for these people again. Sawa, kama kulikuwa na nyama choma uongezee wao. Utawaona ya macho. Najua mmekuwa walimu wenzangu. Utawaona ya macho. So if you don't know how to use your resources, colleagues, it will never be what? It will never be. So what then must we do as members of Wanaanga? Excuses will always be, but opportunity. Excuses will be there. And I want to encourage you, members of Wanaanga, please, let's not be pushed to increase our minimum saving. That money is yours. Unaona vile tunasukumana na serikali juu ya kuongeza from bursary savings na NSSF. At least kuna mtu atasaidiwa na hiyo pesa. Wewe kuna mtu tu. Hata kama inatumiza kuna mtu atasaidiwa. Na hiyo unaona hiyo kwa bursary saving ni NSSF. At least kuna mtu atasaidiwa because hata akiwa kwa sako ambiwa asave moja. Hataki kuongeza. Sasa hapa inaenda na yako 10. Na yako 2. Lakini kwa sako wewe utaki tuongee. The same way, please, it's not normal directors ati mko na members wanapitisha mishahara kwa bank na mko na force. It's not okay, sirs, mad ladies. It's not. Let we members support the initiative of our society. We grow our members. Now, to invest, there is a difference between interest and what? When you are interested in doing something, you do it only when it's what? Don't save when it's convenient. Save because you have a plan. Don't save because it is what? Convenient. Save because you have a plan. Then help us. How do we create savings? You must avoid that. You must avoid not to just pass time in life. You must direct your money. Let me use those who are working. If you are working and your net income after, let me use 100 for the sake of illustration. If you are working and your net income after paying taxes, before savings and anything else is 100,000. Is your net pay after kulipa NSSF and HIF na pay ndio inabaki. After kulipa NSSF, SHA na pay ndio ina. You should always apportion this money in the following rule. 50% of this money should go into your needs. Should go into your needs. 30% of this money should go into your wants. Should go into what? Your wants. 20% without excuse should go to your savings. Where? Sema Wanaanga. Wanaanga. And the rule applies to per diem. Ukilipa per diem ya 20%. Wanaanga. Ukipeleka masomo space agency Kilifi, 20% of the days utakaa huko pension per diem unalipa. Yote unasema. Family income unasema. Wanabiashara in your business profits. When you generate profit, now everybody who is here with a business person, you need to set aside for yourself that business should be paid. If that business are in an amount in a kulipa kila mwezi, most likely unaingianga biashara. Utajikuta unaitishwa CBC kitabu, unatoka naye kwa duka yako. Utahitaji kwenda shule. Kama wewe ni mwanabiashara na hujaweka promotion ya hiyo biashara yako, inakulipa salary ngapi? Si unaendanga supermarket? Unaendanga kununua sukari ni ya biashara ama ni yako? So we come back to this. I start with the project. 50% is your needs. What is the need? Utility bills, your food, you are renting, you are paying rent, stroke mortgage interest if you are paying mortgage currently, mortgage interest, your transport or fuel if you have your vehicle, school fees for your children and yourself if you are still educating, your life insurance cover if you still have. So this is what we call needs. And need is anything that you need for self-existence. Wants. If you go out to eat with the family member, can see ISN or whatever, every month it should come. Eating out with your family, eating out. Support to relatives, support to relatives. If you are supporting your relatives, you are put up by 30%. Offerings, your church or alms, your host. Nakuja. Savings is automatic. So that means those who have got a net pay of 100, automatically they need to apportion 20K kila mwezi. Na unainyonga kwa cheko ikiwa Wanaanga. Automatic. Si unauliza watu maswali. Usidebate na savings. Unajua hata tukimaliza hii masomo chao, hatutafika kwa ile ngine mtu ataambia mwenzake hiyo mtu bila kichwa. Hiyo masomo ni ngumu. Hiyo kitu wanasema ni ngumu. Na vile tunalipwa. Hakuna. Financial responsibility, Mr. Peter, it is not a preserve of your government. Financial responsibility is not a preserve of your beloved wife. It is not a preserve of your son or daughter. Your preach or your bishop is not responsible. When you don't have something in your pocket, your neighbor has. And most likely even your wife has some money and is not giving you. It is only you who don't have that money. Personal financial responsibility, it is indeed true. It's not transferable. It is not. If you've gone to Kitengela, I talked to some guys who are wana save 20. Ukienda pale Kitengela, kila mtu anapanga nyumba yake. Na manyumba wamejenga za kukondisha hapo tu. It is not by, you don't become wealthy by how much you are paid. It is by how much you save and invest wisely. You are not wealthy by current account balance. It's not the balance in your investment that connotes your wealth. It is how many productive assets you have that can generate cash flows. You are not wealthy by the net balance in your current account. It is how many productive assets you own that are generating money even when you are sleeping. So if you have 5 productive assets, you have fixed deposit, hapa Wanaanga inazaa. Savings, no, hapa Wanaanga inazaa. Money market fund, portfolio uko nayo. You have farming, that's what you can do. In different farmings, and then you can farm konokono, you can farm viwavi, you can farm cricket. Upitie Shabnarana supermarket pale Westlands. How much is 100 grams of cricket? 2 days ago, Agakan died. Is it 2 days or 1 day? Was he not holding farmer's choice? Is he not a Muslim? Does he eat pork? Does he sell pork? Yes. So because you are brought up eating maize and doma, don't think people not eat cricket when you manufacture them. Don't think people will not eat konokono when you don't eat them. Because wewe nyani yako, yani greens zile umezoea ni saga, kunde. Kuna watu greens yao ni mushroom. That's why ukienda pale ukute mushroom inauzwa tu. And you know, these are things I'm teaching are practical. See you walk into the supermarket hapa. Tell me how much is mushrooms? 200 grams. Yes, ma'am. Is how much? Almost 500. So it's a question of being deliberate to save in Wanaanga, then invest. Your wealth is how many productive assets you have. Once you save in Wanaanga, can pick productive loans, not consumption. Be patient to go out of the profits. You will upgrade your house out of the profits. You will go for holiday. There is no problem. Na wazee wote wale wako muweke pesa ya kupeleka watu wenu walikusini. Usitoange watu hapo nje unawaambia wakiwaambia twende hapo na watu hapo nje unasema tumia holiday account ya hapa Wanaanga, si ndio? Wekeza. But let me tell you, Christmas is not an emergency. So stop picking Christmas loan. That's a consumption loan. Kuzaliwa kwa Yesu si emergency, na kukufa kwake March. Si Yesu atakufa tena March. Si emergency. Unajua Easter holiday iko. Is Easter an emergency? Why then do you want to pick a loan out of Mshwari, Fuliza, just because? No. It's the same way, madam, I encourage people. And everybody listening to me, online or here, if you are below that, you should not pick school fees loan. You should manufacture. School fees is not an emergency. Children came home in 26th of October and went to school 7th of January. 72 days. How come on 6th of January, that's when it becomes an emergency? You pick loans using these savings, invest them wisely. Wewe na bibi yako fungueni account hapa Wanaanga. Muandike week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5 mpaka 52. Kutoka kwa investment zile muna invest na loans za kutoka Wanaanga. Week 1 ya mwezi mwaka unaweka 100, bibi aweke 100. Week 2 unaweka 200, wewe 200. Ikifika mwisho wa mwaka, wewe kama husband utakuwa umesave 136,000 for children na bibi 136. Cumulatively 272,000. Savings to school fees. Unaenda ukiongeza kila wiki ya mwezi, kila wiki ya mwaka. Si mwaka iko na 52 weeks. Ukichukua loan na hizi savings kutoka Wanaanga, put some money and range yourself. Ili ukikuta hapo umechukua loan ukawekelea TV, itakuonesha kushinda. Itakuonesha pia shy imeongeza. Yani loan ya nini? Nani? Naro. Imagine wewe umeketi hapa unatangazia wengine utabiri wa afya lakini you never harvest water. You never. You know there is a day nilikasirika mtu yangu niko na 5,000 niko na 350,000 cubic meters of water. Na tangi. Na ni machi ya God ya Mungu. Kwa hiyo nangojeanga mkitangaza utabiri wa hali ya hewa, kutakuja mvua kubwa, nasema thank you God. Tangi zangu zijae, ikijani nauza na lori kuna buzo ya kuuza fresh water ya God na ina sha. Are we talking? Yeah. So say. Ambia neighbor say. Yeah, you know it. By the way, unajua hata ninashangaa chama. Inachukua muda mwingi ati. Kwani why am I seducing you to say? It is your financial freedom. Unajua kuna watu wanaambiwa na university hapa tu meteorology. Akakataa kuanza kusema kitu ile alinunua kitu ile ya mgongo carton. Matiani 2 or 3 broker. Yaani kila anaweza jibunia ni musikiri. Najua kuna watu they are sana ni kwa vitu hata huwezi. Hawezi. Yeah, my brothers who are younger and me who are giving parties. See as not. Wacha kukaa kwa nyumba ya bedroom na ukosimu, ujamagameti, bedroom ya nini? Save hapa hiyo pesa, kuja upatiwe, nunua hiyo nyumba ya affordable housing, mtu aingie ukodishe. Kama utanunua ya affordable housing, nunua zile zinauzwa na wengine kikosi ulipewa roho na Wanaanga. Mungu akikubariki umepata bwana ama bibi na kuolewa ama kutolewa si makosa. Ukifika hapo na soni yefa. But I know why do you want to drive a dream? But I'm not against it. Why do you want to drive a 3 million when you are depending on one source of income? Sasa hiyo unasukuma kila mtu ili upewe 3 tata bandio. Alafu niweka. Hawa ni pendo. We must do something. Are we together? Have you seen this? I have a friend of mine who works for one of the foundations, not named because of the people. So yeye alikuwa amelifundisha mafundisho, alikuwa pia unajua mimi ndiye breadwinner kwetu. Kila kitu ninategemewa. Ni lazima nini? Unajua pia unahitaji kufanya nini? Unahitaji wewe uketishe baba, mama, ndugu zako. Hapo kwa meza wekelea 6 months pay slip. Weka, waambie fanyeni utafiti. Ili wasifikiri maana uko na roho kidogo na roho. Watakuwekea bracket tax, bracket. You know there are some of you here who work only for their relatives. They work for only their faith. Anatoa kuliko hata uwezo yake ya kutoka. Na hata Mungu mwenyewe aliambia Musa ukinijengea hekalu, itisha watu sadaka ya kujenga hekalu. Wakileta kuliko uwezo wao kurudishia wao. Siku hizi sijui kama unarudishana basi. Unarudishana sana. Are you talking? So please don't make yourself Mother Teresa at when the world vision. By the way, let me ask people, I'm sorry to make this comment, it is very insensitive, but permit me to know. People who are being supported by USIP, now that if the threat is true, if they cut the head, will they not continue surviving? It is dependency. Call it what? dependency. So the gentleman alikatiza baba yake, mama yake na ndugu zake wote, akawapea 6 months pesa, akawapea hii ndio huwa ninafanya. Akawahesabia ile anatoa ya school fees na ile akawasupport, akawaambia you can see honestly I'm giving you the entire of that. From that day, he sat there through this room. He said priority, it is thank God I was educated, nitatoa ya kusomesha. Na wakuwe responsible. You must organize. If you find yourself wants are taking more than 30%. The other day I was finding some people. Unajua even they were umevaa lunch box kuja hapa tu. Na unachomoka hivi unakula chakula ya mia nne. Mia nne kila siku. For 5 days you work 2,000. End of the month, chakula yako pekee, si ya boma yako. Hiyo ni si ya boma yako, ni ya. Lakini kwa sababu umeweka elfu moja. Imagine having your future with 1,000 and having your today with 8,000. Hello? Wewe ni mwanabiashara, you never plan your business. You know, it is the same way you find there are business people and our good sisters. And my moms who are here. And my younger sisters who are here. You know, especially women are good savers if they combine it with strategy. Where disconnect comes is strategy. So utajikuta maana vile uko ofisa, uko kwa vikundi tatu, uko kwa sufuria, unanunuliana thermos, uko na kununuliana nguo, uko kwa kununuliana dumu, na uko kwa ya kwenda kuona vlogs. Wewe kwa hii kikundi ya thermos na sufuria uko na sosa 300 kwa nyumba. Na uko na sahani za luminak 200. Sahani moja ya luminak ni 300. Sahani 60 za luminak times 300. How much money have you timed? Wako watoto saa hii wako shuleni, uko na kwa kikundi ya kununuliana sufuria, uko na hata ile sufuria ya 45 kg. Mnapikana na uko kwa kikundi kingine ya kununuliana duve. Uko na blanket na duve hili. Unajifunikana sote ile hataku. Are you getting? Yeah. So all these, you are putting money in dead assets. Dead. DBAD. Dead assets. Ni kama vile utakuta mtu akiajiriwa, badala aanze kusave hapa Wanaanga, anachukua loan ya kwanza ananunua nayo fridge. Fridge inatoka hapa chini inafika hapa. Na saa hiyo mfereji ni moja. Lakini hapo ndani anaweka maziwa vikombe mbili. Kwa fridge ya 150 unaweka maziwa vikombe mbili. Na nyama kwa. Na unajua ukitoka kwa buchari nyama inatokanga buchari ikiingia sufuria na kwa tumbo immediately. So you don't need the fridge. You need that money to work for you in the savings, in the fixed deposit, in M-Pesa flow, in buying cereals. Nunua simu watu wa pesa wa kiapes. Nunua juku karanga watu wa Siaya wa kiapes na waoma bei. Enda hapa Kariobangi Light Industries uchukue mashini ya kufanya dryer ya kununua, uende hapa Wanaanga leta ulete sweet potatoes na harrods na uko na dryer. Dry them, pack them, distribute. Enda hapa Kisii ukuje na miwa uanze kusiaga juice. Nunua na hiyo 150 machine pale Kariobangi. You will need that money. Then after you accumulate also balance, Papa, once when the holiday, save for the holiday. Save for that Christmas if you believe in it. Okay? 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 Yes. Okay?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Loser. Avoid this money, survival. Survival mindset, yule mtu analipwa anakuwa broke immediately. Analipwa, imagine message ya mshahara inaingia, anaanza kufikiria fulizi. We are survival mindset. Achiever, yule mtu wako kwa job anasema I am deep. Permanent and stable job. Job security is not financial security. Job security is not financial security. Now, job security is not financial. Having a small business, you should thank God, but you should have multiple businesses. No. By the way, can I ask you something? So that you understand why I want to ask you to multiple streams. This sound like member inaitwa what about inaitwa what about online to kona milioni. This sound like member na nani? Ili kujua nani? Coca-Cola inaitwa nini? This sound like inaitwa nini? Member na nani? This sound like inaitwa nani? Member na nani? Image inaitwa nani? Member na nani? You want to tell me Coca-Cola would not have been comfortable to rely on one stream of income from Coca-Cola? At Wanaanga from that point. Why is Coca-Cola having all these products? Because if you know kuna mtu wa Christian, na kuna mtu wa Christian, please don't depend on one stream of income. Achiever mindset is so comfortable in darasani. So analipwa leo anakula yote inaisha anasema nitalipwa tu next month. Strategic person, strategic mindset, that person has more than 4 streams of income. That person when he picks our own, he invests in productive assets. That person when he picks our own, he thinks investment. God is trouble. I end my session by saying this. It is not okay. It is not okay with getting paid in these 65 days. It's not okay. And please never lie to yourself. Your employer has only hired you for 8 hours a day, not 24 hours. Those who are employed, remember you are employed for only 8 days. So 8 hours. Your employer is only employing you for 8 hours. Huh? How many hours does a day have? What do you do with your other 16 hours? There is a time I was training some teachers in Samson in Kambani. And I told these people, there is no amount of complaining, oh, solidarity, man, solidarity, oh, CBA, solidarity forever. That thing will never make you rich. Ukitoka shule kama mwalimu, unatoka saa 11, unaenda kwa market. Imagine mtu anatoka shule saa 11, unamkuta sokoni kwa hapo, unaendelea tu. Anakaa nini, anakaa, akitoka hapa anageuza hivi. Inafika saa 1, anachomoka anaingia kwa kaunta ile iko hapo anakaraka, unaketi. Una watch news saa 1. Ili ukaa hoteli ya mtu utakuletea ndafi. Ikifika saa 2 uelewe hiyo Alejandro inakuja inachomoka hicho. Naenda hiyo sehemu kwa nyingine ya duka. Kutoka saa 11 mpaka saa 3 you wasted before. Imagine mtu ana watch news ya saa 1 na ya saa 3. Akona mtihani ya news. Tofauti ni saa moja ni Kiswahili, saa tatu ni Kiingereza. That is the time to think. If your hobby it is to do music, you are doing nice saxophone with yourself at home, come on. If your hobby it is to do violin, you are perfecting it. Ili wakati ya huko unaitwa kuimbia watu birthday na violin. If you are a business teacher, you are thinking how you can do baking. If you are in science, you are thinking how you can do embroidery business. If you're a business accountant teaching, you should be thinking how you can balance books beyond of the organization. That's the people who are strategic. They get more money. They get what? I like this example. That teacher decided to, one of them, today, akona miti 2,800 ya apple mangoes. Pale Katangi. Ingia Katangi. Ukienda Katangi. Hapo, utakuta mwalimu akona 2,800 trees of apple mango. Naweza kupeleka kwa watu. Na alianzia hiyo project in 2018. Ni makosa ukue hapa wewe ndio una driving strategy ya KMD, lakini una strategic planning. Alianzia kwa kununua baiskeli, anaenda mtoni, anachota maji, anachukua chupa kama hizi na konyangi na kibao, anadungilia kwa mti. Zika succeed from 300 mango plants. When they started bringing income in 2022, he decided that this income, I have been having a plan of growing every year ninaongeza 500. The income is harvesting, akasink 2 goals. Akatuambia mimi simu, akasema mwalimu, nimetoka kwa kutegemea maji kuleta kuweka, nimetoka kwa kupiga ng'ombe zangu zilete kati ya ng'ombe imejaa, imechimba kwa, nikamwambia shukuru, weka pakia community 3 days to fetch water free of charge. Your body 4 days ni maji ya shamba yako, na hata wakikuja siku zile utawapea, usipeane maji. Siku 3 kwa wiki ya community water. Siku 4 zako atakiwa mbea kwa 2,800. Lori ikiweka vifaa hivi, weke mgongo hivi kwa shamba yako, unajua 1.5 inaingia direct to his. That's when you put more money. Nimeona KDJ inaenda kuwa muda in this first start of focus. I met in 2015 training the staff of KDJ. Kulikuwa na crack. This gentleman decided masomo hii nitaifanyisha kazi. Akarudi kwao chini huko Rayland West Pokot. Chini anaweza panda maembe. Juu Rayland is very cold kama hapa hivi. He decided kununua kondoo aweke msituni za Rayland. 2 years ago, I was 2022 after Corona, I was called to train the same group I trained in 2014. Upper Sawera Roach. And the gentleman was asking, how do I diversify? Tunaelekea elections, tunaweza fukuza msituni. How do I do divestiture? Sell a certain frog, put the money in money market fund. You diversify your what? It is a matter of patience. It's not your rank. Any question? Any question? Have you benefited?
Yes.
You feel you are benefited? Yes. So tunamalizia hapa, nashukuru kabisa, ubarikiwe, ndio mshahara vizuri. Sitegemea upige huko, na before Bwana Martin akuje. There is a question. Yes. Before Bwana Martin akuje. Watu wale wanaenda retire, please ukipewa pesa ya retire si ya kwenda ku-upgrade nyumba yako. Si ya kurudi nayo huko ushagoa tunajenga ile duka inakuwa. Unaona duka sokoni kwa wanapita. Ile duka inakuwa hivi halafu inafika hapa inaweka kiuno. Huko nyuma iko na yani inaanza hivi, kiuno inaweka hivi, huko nyuma iko na milango 3. Na hiyo soko mzima iko na duka kama hizo na hakuna mtu anakodisha. Are you getting? Weka hiyo pesa in meaningful use. Alafu unakuta mtu wako ameandika metrology. Baraka ya Mungu metro, ili aseme hiyo nduka alijenga na metrology. Get that money in your fixed deposit in your what? Hapana tumia hiyo pesa kuexpand nyumba ama useme utarudisha. Utajikuta mzee wangu umeteremka naye Mombasa, utakutana na Nekesa Njeri Fatuma Amini. Atakufinya within 2 weeks ile pesa imeisha. Within 2 weeks ile pesa imeisha. Pesa ya Ulaya, kama wewe unajua kwenu Mungu amewabariki. Ukiritaya ukiwa hapa 60 years. Mungu anataka wakia nyumba yenu mbinguni kama watafika 90. Kwa hivyo ukilipwa milioni 3 pale kama 4, ujue uko na 30 years ya kutumia hiyo pesa. How many years? Between the day you retire na wakati Jehova unajua hata kwenu ukikunywa dawa huwezi kufa. Mpaka ufike 90. Hiyo pesa weka kwa Wanaanga. Sawa. Yes, let me see the question.
Swali yangu ilikuwa watu wengi wakipata pesa sasa ile wameenda retire, wanaona wako na kaploti bahari, sasa ndio anajenga nyumba ile, anaita hiyo pesa, anajenga hiyo nyumba ya sasa anakuwa maskini sasa. Sasa tunataka kuelezea miaka gani mtu anatakiwa ajenge nyumba ya kukopesha au yake.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The answer now, how to invest in retirement fund. Retirement fund should be invested in certain assets. Assets zile unaweka hiyo pesa in should give you certainty. Certainty means ukiambiwa ni 10% per annum, itafika ikuje 9. Tabaki nini? So you should put money where you are assured of the return. Assured of the return. Now, what makes people, for example, is, and I'm very sorry about this, you find it hapa Kenya sisi tumekuwa obsessed na fraud. Unakuta mtu ananunua fraud kama 10 akiwa ako job. Hizo fraud zote hakuna ile analipewa. What you need is not to be asset rich, it is cash rich. Asset rich person is different from cash rich person. If you are asset rich and assets are not producing, ukiritaya utaanza kuuza plot moja, uze ingine, by the time uko 65, start investing wisely as now. And because the employers are here and business people are there, teach people retirement as early as they get the job. So please retirement money work up as a team, for example. What is the fixed interest deposit here? Let's say it's 10%. Is that much? It depends on the amount. So some of them umepewa bilioni zako 3. Ukuje na hiyo pesa uweke fixed deposit account ya Wanaanga at 10%. Number 1, wewe ni senior citizen, namba 2 wamesema hautakuwa unalipisha ushuru. That 10% of 300,000. Sorry, of 3 million, 300,000. 300,000 divided by 12 months. Around what? 25,000. Which is assured. Labda kama uchukue hiyo pesa ujenge nyumba hiyo iko hivi juu, inaweka kiuno unaandika baraka ya Yesu na iko empty there. Hakuna kitu inazaa, milioni yako 3 iko safe. Usiweke pesa wewe ukitaka na kama uchakuwa sekta ya matatu, usiende hiyo sekta. Ukitaka kama uko mkulima ya kuku ama hizo vitu, anzia leo. Wacha kusema utafanya ukifika mzeeni. And that's what honorable member is saying we should do. Actually, she's advising us more than asking the question. Because utakuta mtu ameweka biashara analipwa kwa hiyo biashara after anakuja saa 3 kwa biashara hiyo. Ukikuja kwa biashara saa 3 utauzia nani maziwa saa 3 na mkate? Itaanza kuanza. What time should you start kujenga your personal house? It is usijenge nyumba ile ukali hapo. If you find yourself you have a personal house which you are not occupying at least 70% of your time wrongly. Unajua kuna watu wameketi hapa wako na nyumba wame-meet cultural demand. Cultural demand wame-meet. Hiyo nyumba wameingianga Yesu akizaliwa. After 2 days wanatoka wanarudi tena kwa hiyo nyumba Yesu akizaliwa. Yani wako kwa hiyo nyumba in 5 days. Why put that 5 million brother in that house when they should have been working for you here for just 20 years, generating 500,000 every year for 20 years? It is 10 million. When you retire, you build the same house.
Wengine wanaangalia tu hata kusmile hakuna. Hebu tumpatie class vizuri. Ama tutakalia load, tuone load, na tukanyage load. I think that is very, very good teaching or learning. Yeah, we are going very, very well, though we are now above time. It is one, in fact, in my lifetime that the director, serving director clearly comes maybe to attend our AGM or our education meeting. Today we are privileged to have our director, and I'll give the chairman maybe to welcome him, maybe if there's a word of wisdom. Then after that, we'll be able to thank our speaker well. And at the moment, let us welcome our director, who is also a patron of the language.
Karibu sana our patron, Dr. Ikungu. Mr. Gideji is the man that manufactures weather. He is the owner of this place. He's our director, and he's also our patron. That's why he is seated there. So when you are talking all those harvesting water, you benefit from his, yes. So I think we are very glad and very happy, Madam Director, because we talked about you even before you came, and the opportunity that you've given us. We have moved a long way since morning. Majority of the members are already online. These are the people that came physically here, and we have journeyed. Our theme has been our civic culture, and that's why Rinji has actually impacted us that knowledge, and I'm sure we have benefited a lot. For example, one director will give you an opportunity. We have some team on the two ladies, two persons after this. We have Monica. She'll be giving a live testimony. And Stevie. Stevie, are you around? Yeah. We'll give you each like 5 minutes or so, so that you're able also to give a live testimony, so that people can appreciate what Gideji has been talking about. Because it has happened that some people have been very successful, and it's good that even when we announce it, others are also motivated. So if we can allow the two just to speak, so that then we allow one to speak, Then we will have the director just mention a word so that we can allow him to go to other activities. That would be good. So we start with Monica. Just come and
Yeah, as Monica is coming, somebody was wanted to have a number of our speakers. The name is a CPA, Daniel Gidiji. Daniel Gidiji, contact address 0733 827245. I'll repeat 0733 827245. The presentation will be left with us, and Wanaanga will be able to give them out. Madam, welcome.
The chairman and our leader, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
After such a lesson or after such a class, I'm left wondering what to say or how to give my testimony. I wish I got it when I was a bit young, because now I'm almost retiring, though not in service. I retired when I was a bit young. I was 32 years when I was entrenched. But I wish I got such a lesson when I was a bit active and when I could get this active angle better. Yes, my name is Monica. I'm Monica Wanjira Gikonyo. I came into meteorological when I was a young girl of 20 years. That is, but I was retrenched some 2 years later. And I want to thank God for meteorological, for the Wanaanga, because immediately I came here, somebody advised me to be active in Wanaanga. And for sure, I tried my best, because by the time I was being retrenched, I had about 35,000 shillings in my saving. And I didn't know I was to be retrenched. I took a loan. Somebody advised me, thank God for my advisor. He advised me to buy a plot. There was a plot that was available of 100,000 shillings. And for sure, I could not buy it with my own earnings. And I was encouraged to take a loan. I took a loan with Wanaanga when I was a young girl of 32 years. I bought a plot in somewhere on Vika Road. That time it was bushy. 2000, you could not love Vika Road. You could not love the properties that were around Vika Road. But I didn't. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what a title deed is. I didn't know what doing a search was. But I had somewhere that I could pick the money and buy the piece of land. And I'm giving this I'm giving out this as a successful testimony of myself. When VG and Vivian approached me, I had come here on my mission on Wanaanga, because I'm still a very active member of Wanaanga, by the way. I don't regret it. I wish we could all be, even after our retirement. Now, when I bought this piece of land, I didn't know the same year I was to be retrenched. And I thank God I had the property at hand. When I was thrown out of the department, I don't know, I had made a structure where I ran to when I got the news that I'm out of service. Now, it was really hard. It was really hard to be told you are out of employment. I had 2 boys who were very young, and I was also very young, and I didn't have I was and I learned to let me advise the young people who are coming out. It is not, you are not too young to invest. You are not too young to put something in store. So I was doing some kushona, but part-time. I was not serious with it. But when I went out now, I said, it is serious business because I cannot go back to school. I have to, because my children are also in school, I had to put my energy on the side hustle. After the 3rd month, I was now composed. I came back to Wanaanga. I was able to pay that loan. I started investing in Wanaanga again, and Wanaanga helped me to come up again. Because I can do my side hustle, ikakuwa now my main job, getting small loans, 20,000, 5,000, I put it in what I had learned. And let me say, I could not have made it without Wanaanga. I remember last time I needed money from Wanaanga, and I was telling the person who was giving me the money, or the committee, I was telling them, I am Wanaanga, and Wanaanga is me. They have built me up since I was a young girl, and now I need money, and you have to give me money. Because right now I was able to invest in rental houses in that same plot. I was able to educate my children. My boys are now married. The last one is about to finish his civil engineering this semester. I have been able to make some rental houses. I like what our teacher was teaching us. It is not a house that I built for me to stay in. In fact, I was staying in a structure. And the house I built, this is the time I'm doing the finishing. Because I built rental houses using this investment, which can be able to sustain me without depending on the children. Again, my business is now a big business. I am a uniform distributor, and I get orders from school, but it is very hard to it is very challenging. It is not easy. It has become very hard, but I thank God for Wanaanga. They are listening. They are listening partners. I don't know if I have something to attest to that, because I do sit down with them. At times what I need is more than they can believe I can be able to pay. But I have to be violent to get this money from them, not to go and eat cheap, because I had to take cheap with my money, which I have. Yes. Which had been left to me. Yes. I put it in the business, and I wait for the business to give me the money. And I take this loan. I convince them that I can be able to pay. At times I am very violent. I'm sorry, my sister back then. There was that time Mr. Ngonjiri was also in need. But you have to give me this money, because violently I have to survive. And when I get this money, I violently invest. And I violently believe something will come out of it. And I have violently been who I am. I may not have done so much, but I've been able to educate my voice. I have been able but I get to this passive income which we have been taught. Yes. I thank God I have something personally invest, because I believe one has to go sit down and wait for them. I have to be active. I was advising my sisters who are younger than me, and I was telling them, but when you get to 60 years, you don't go sit down and wait for them. You need to be active, absent. You need to have something that you have a passive investment.
that you are taught. So I think we'll give our director the opportunity maybe to greet us and give us blessings for the day. Good
afternoon. Glad that and participate in this particularly informative session.
Because of branding, it's and sorry. For the online viewers, see you and sorry.
I don't have a speech. From the edge. Now
Is
at this point, it's by also telling my name. I'm David Kigongo. I work here. Yes, I was not able to join you at the beginning, but that means physically join you. I have joined online. I was required to attend the meeting called by the yes. And all around. So I think at that time I was with the chairman. And even when I got into that office, I did not take long. So even the show covered by the before I came here, I was almost rushing so that because I could see the time was indicating almost ending. So thank you, Wanaanga, for giving our staff this opportunity to listen to, what shall I call it? To be able to see the other side of life, apart from forecasting and data issues. And the other manuals that always occupy us. But to give us a talk that sobers us up. Yes. Particularly pick something for myself, few challenges. And with those who are saying, I wish this exposure had started a little earlier. But he emphasized it's never too late. Yeah? The date to start is today when you have had it, isn't it? Yes. I will see to it that I put a few of the things I've practiced because no time today. Yes. So I need to go back to the office. It's unfortunate that I cannot listen to all the testimonies, which are particularly reading. Monica, thank you. I'm glad that I can see you looking the way you are. Not very different from the way you left us. Yes, I believe God has been good to you. I can address that for a long time because there is an aspect of me that wants to know how people that I have associated with are hearing. And that is no more something that I'll do without struggling. I'll just pick the phone and call somebody and tell them, yes, because I thought I was once a teacher before I came here. And so when I see one girl telling us that things turned around for her, what she had feared would be very bad, has turned around, and she's what she's saying. And it sounds like Sakuya a chance to get employment from you don't be going that direction, but you can find very difficult. You can make it easier for her. So some of you will start schools, you know everything, so don't struggling. What she has called violence, I believe she wants to tell us that she has been very upset, but don't go to her. Yes, her pastor come and tell us how it has been. That is something to thank God for, isn't it? Yes. So something God will need. Keep up the good work, teach even more. I wish there was also a way of finding enough of following up on the uptake of the lessons that you are imparting. Yes. That would also be a good thing. Kama nilifundisha, you know that sort of. So I've got quite a bit of work and a number of things to say. For the day rates. So because I realize there is one or more people, unfortunately, I cannot listen to their testimony, but thank you very much. And I want to believe that those who would have been, yes. Okay, so sometimes
to seem off. In fact, it's the first one to attend subscription. And that means he's also a very strong investor in Wanaanga. And
most of the aspects of it. Now, how did I go to investment? I heard that we have the language of money. And the money has I was my mind was poisoned when I had a process called compounding, whereby you set money to work for you so that it can have an income which will stabilize you. That was my starting point. Then analyzing the compounding, I went to now the success. How do you invest? Already covered. We come from different backgrounds, diversities. So both the key factors of the now you have this profit. You make the profit on the table. Don't wait, make research for what you have to do the investment. After I have undertaken that, I can plan that. The organ, the basic organ in investment is the stomach. We have been told how a stomach can influence you, high investment or low you. So I was on the investment. And then once I was employed after the Kenya Scholarship Authority, when I was employed, I had to do my investment. To sell. On selling, I chose on planting trees. I chose on this particular, we have several types of trees. I chose on the Grimelia. This tree was introduced by the British to give shade to the coffee farms. Now, why did I choose cypress are no longer eaten? It was being replaced by Grimelia. So I went for that Grimelia. Now, before that, I took a loan from Wanaanga. I bought a piece of land. That's compounding. I invest now for my own farm. Now, addition of the value, the affects my plan because the Grivelia tree that you know. They come according to Muki. So the card is not normally what is it for. Now I took the advantage, I took the opportunity. I took the advantage since Cyprus were being affected by the aphids, and Mukima was the solution to that. So I did several on my acres of land that I got from Wanaanga. Then I did the value addition. I did not sell just the trees. The first harvest, now I add value, I harvest the trees number one, I do the timber. Timber now is goes for per bit. That's I did the 8 by 1. It was 35 gold. Now you can imagine how many bits will you get, how much will you get when you count per bit. Still on the other value addition, we have the sawdust. It's also money. The magogo is also money. And the other parts of the tree that and I got after that. Now, when you have the money, you have the bargaining power. So I with my savings. From the savings from the first harvest of the case. Since you have the ready cash, it becomes cheaper to bargain. So I bargained. Now I have 1.25 acre of land in Kandorodi. And I'm planning to do my second harvest. Now I'm just holding on several crops. So that you can get the best market price. So with that investment, was not for Wanaanga. I could not have achieved that. During last year, we had evaluation. We have some, my neighbor, the occupant are doing 1.6 per 50 by piece of land. It's over 60 meters. Wow. So, for being careful. And today, for the sake of time, I may wish to advise Wanaanga to be frequent visitors to an organization, you have to check your status. So also, so your status and pay your loan promptly and be friendly to the officials, and you are going to get more benefit of the Wanaanga products. I wish to end there.
Thank you. These are the children of Wanaanga, and they have grown up with Wanaanga through the time. I will give this opportunity to read brief note so that my rating on digital platform just take a brief.
when you apply. And when they get the SMS or the email, they are able to sign on any phone or on a computer. So those who have experienced it, it's very easy and direct. We also have what we call Wanaanga, which I think the code is there, it's not so visible. You can apply for this loan using either a USSD or what we call the Google Play Store. You'll get it. The app is not on iOS, the Android, the iPhone. So at the moment, for iPhone users, you can use what we call the USSD, which you can note down is *377 *119 hash. Once you download the app, then the app has option for the Wanaanga app, but we realize that we have a mobile loan, and this loan is given through a different code. So when you apply for a long-term loan, the code is *377 *119 hash. But for Wanaanga app, it's a different code. It is *377 *118 hash. But the app is the same when you're using the app. So the difference is only on the USSD. Wanaanga is a loan that we give to members instantly at any time of the day. So at midnight, you can apply. And this is a product that you get based on your share deposits. So we are saying that the qualification first is you must not be a defaulter. So if you know you defaulted on other loans, Wanaanga is not your product. Secondly, Wanaanga does not require guarantors. It only checks what we call your share deposits. So if you know you have a good share deposit, then your amount will be higher. And also going forward, you are collecting data on the repayment. So it will reach a point where if you are a good repayer, then your ability goes up. So it will depend on how you repay. The last part is that the loan maximum we give is 20,000. So no one can get above 20,000. And I think that is something that the board, we started at 10, but through the chair, they increased it to 20. And we are still observing how people are repaying. Then the charges is 0.25%. I think it's a very cheap loan. If you take 100 bob, you only pay 25 cents a day. If you take 1,000, it's 2 shillings a day. So it's a very cheap loan, but make sure you repay it back, because if you become a defaulter, then the system automatically blocks you. And in case of default, and you go beyond the day, you continue charging the 0.25% for daily until the day you repay it. So if you stay with it longer, it might come back to haunt you. There's what we call share trading, and this is a new product that we brought last year. And I believe it's a game changer because it's a new thing. It's like the Nairobi Stock Exchange. It allows you to sell your shares. You might today having 100,000 as share capital, but you wish you have a problem that you need to solve. So you are allowed to trade for that extra that you have and sell to the next member who wants to buy. So there's a process on the app where you go to the app, you go to the marketplace, you click what we call sell shares, and it will tell you the amount that you want to sell at how much. So currently, you cannot sell, you cannot value our shares below 80%. So if you want to sell 10,000, we don't allow you to sell below 80,000. That's the lowest you can go. And we also have bidding. So that was selling. When you you put your bid up, it goes to what we call the platform. Everyone else will be able to view. So anyone can put a bid, and once the bid is accepted, it is able to allow the other person, the two of you, to sign, and the process will be complete. But because of time, that's what I'm rushing. What is next in the Wanaanga digital space? As the chair talked here, he talked about the system that you're coming up with. There's a new system that will have enhanced features, and I want these members to be well understood. The new platform will have what we call online member portal. So we are going to start doing what we call monthly statements to members online. So the system is enabled in a way that those who will want their statements sent to them, starting I think in end of March, we will start having new people receive your statements. But you have to come give us instructions to send you statements. And secondly, those statements will be protected. So you will not be able to view the statement if you don't have PIN. So every statement will be PIN protected, and when you receive the statement, it will only go to your email. And the other feature is the enhanced learning process. Currently, we realize that most members, you realize that most members, when they apply for loan and they're defaulters, we tend to do updating them on the SMS. But our current system is not so much automated in a way that we don't alert immediately. So we are coming up with a new system where if your loan gets into due date, you will be notified that your loan is due. If you go another extra month without paying, it will notify your guarantors. And immediately the system can now tie your loan default to the guarantor. So this is a new feature. If you are a defaulter, you need to act within 1 month. The system will have an enhanced way of dealing with you. Then the other one is on the guarantors update and appraisal and credit scoring. The new system will have a credit scoring. So if you know your credit history is not good, try to change it, because the system will restrict you from getting any further loan. Because we realize most people are taking loans, but they are not there. So we enhance credit scoring. Your loan will be given based on how you score. Another feature that has come up is I hope you are projected. Okay. We are introducing what we call ticketing. We realize that members, when they bring a complaint to the circle, you have to do a follow-up form to know where the form has reached or what has been acted on. In the new system, what is coming in is a ticket. We'll generate a ticket for you, so that if your issue is raised and received, you will have a tracking ticket. So when you call the office, you just say, I'm tracking on ticket number 1, and you'll be able to be notified on where it has reached. Let's say if it was raised today, to tell you your ticket has been received, it is forwarded to the next person. So you will receive a message until it is solved. So there will be no more follow-up calls. The other one is the system has the capability of a microcredit chama groups. We are coming up with a way that if you guys, the 5 of you belong to a chama, you can come with the chama as you are individual members, but you have your chama. So what will happen, the chama will be tied to you people, so that you can borrow as a chama. And when you borrow as a chama, let's say 400,000, the system will give the chama the 400,000, but the 4 of you will be equally liable for the 400,000 in a way that 100. So it is a new feature that we are carrying with those with chamas, and you're saving in the microfinance and all that too. Now we have a system that can actually do that. Last but not least is we have the capability of the mobile banking and internet banking portal. So what will happen in that is that when we introduce the mobile banking, we'll be able now to withdraw to our M-Pesa going forward. And then the other part is on the biometrics. We are introducing use of fingerprints when you're accessing your account. So it has the capability that when you come to withdraw, we are now going to start using your fingerprint to authenticate who you are. So the other one is integration with CRB. The chair talked about CRB. So if you know you have loans that are not performing, you will be sent to CRB automatically. So those are new features that enhances loan recovery. The last but not least is the security. We've enhanced the security of the system. It is more secure, and you are be assured your savings are now much safer. Not that they were not safe, but much safer. What do we expect from members? I've given you what the system has. What do we expect from you members going forward? First of all, we expect you to be conversant with the new account models that we'll have. There are some few changes. What will not change is your member number, but the loan numbers might have a different number. So those who are paid by paying, starting the month of April, you get a new way of paying. So it's a small change. Your member number remains your member number. Nothing has changed. But you expect a new format of the member accounts. Secondly, make sure when we start the system, we'll be capturing the new biodata, including your fingerprints, your facial look. Most of you have changed from the photos that we took. So we are having automation of that. Make sure you update your next of kin as regular as possible. The email addresses, make sure that they are the correct ones, because the email, we will be sending you statements. When you come to the server and you send someone, you will not be printed for a statement. If you get a printed statement, we will maybe charge you. So if you send someone that you want a statement, you don't have to send. You can just request by email and it will go to you. The system is more strict on CRB and credit scoring. So I'll talk shortly about data protection, because this is an area that we have problems with our members. But Data Protection Act was passed in 2019, and it has a lot of information. First of all, under registration, as a SACCO, it is mandatory that we have to register as a data controller and a data processor. So we are registered under that to process your data. What is the data privacy policy that we have? We have a data protection policy. You can ask from it. It is in our website. Be conversant with it because it protects how we deal with your data, and it also shows us, it tells you your obligations. And what are your rights as a member? You have the right to access any data that is in Wanaanga that pertains to yourself. This includes your member details, your next of kin. You have that right. And secondly, you have a right to correct that data. If you realize the data is captured, it is not as per your request. As per what you know, you need to ask for correction. And this is an obligation as the data controller that we have to change it to what you want. You don't have a right not to deny you that. And the last part is consent. First thing I need to tell you is that the moment you sign up to be an Wanaanga member, you give consent for your data to be captured. So by signing up to be a member of the Wanaanga, you are already consenting. So let's not come later and say, why are you sending me SMS? you consent. If you're going against that, you need to put in writing that I don't need to be sent for, and with which reasons. But every member has a consent already taken. Then in our policy, I won't read this because it is already in our policy. The basic principles of data processing that Wanaanga has is that we treat your data as legit, as fair, and as transparent as we can. Because it is your data, it's not our data. So if you tell us this is my next of kin, we treat it as legit. It's not us to confirm it is your next of kin. Secondly, we have the purpose, specific, and limitations. We use your data specifically for processing transactions and being a member of Wanaanga. The other one is necessity, proportionality, and minimization. When we talk about minimization, is the amount of data we share, even with your guarantors, has to be minimized to the necessary data. We don't give everything. So we try that minimization, which is that we treat data with accuracy and confidentiality and accountability. I have just a few to go. The storage of the data. As per law, we don't keep your data longer than the required period. Because what happens is when you leave the circle, there's a duration that we keep your data. And this is by law, I think 5 years to 7 years. We have to keep that data. So don't come saying I left in 2 years ago, you still have my data. No, we are allowed to keep it up to 7 years because of the transactions involved and money. The other one is the confidentiality, integrity, and security. Our systems are very secure and they pass integrity. So know that your data is kept safe, nothing is wrong. The last part that I'll talk about is on, I will bypass this, on the third party, how we deal with third parties. You've realized that we have third parties, those are debt collectors, we have Presta, we have others that get you to send you information. The first thing we do with them is that they sign what we call NDA, and disclosure agreement. So before we share with them, we've already complied with the law. So it is safe. And if they breach the data, they know that they are liable. So our third parties, all that we deal with are already, we have that agreement. So with this, there's what we expect from members in this line. We have a members complaint form. Nowadays, complaint via SMS or via call will not be treated as a complaint because this is a requirement by SASSA. We have in our website a form for complaint. So if you have a complaint, use that form. If you cannot fill the form, we are looking at a way of having online filling information on a way you can fill it. But you can write the form, take a photo of it, send to an app. So the form is available in our office and on our website. So all our complaints will be treated in that line. As this is a major issue, statement issuing. We have people sending others to pick statements on their behalf. When we start, we'll give you maybe up to April, we'll start not issuing statement to any other person. Even if you give a consent on a scanned paper, what we'll do, we will email the statement because you have an email. Those who don't have emails, we can see a way of giving. But we are discouraging people because we don't know who will use that statement where we should go. So treat this, and this involves also the ATM. Those requests for ATMs. We are not allowed to send those ATMs via courier. So for ATMs, if you send someone to pick for you, make sure that you give them a proper letter, and when they come, if you get the ATM, that's when we activate it. So you have to tell us, I've received it, activate the ATM. Is the biodata and personal data. You need to update your biodata as much as possible. Starting from the time we will send you an SMS, saying when you start coming for that. SMS notifications. I'll just go now to the notification. We'll be sending you notifications. And I've talked about inquiry via telephone. We have this brochure available. You can pick it from the office explaining how to apply for the loan and all that. Then there's a video, it's also online on how to apply for the loan. It shows you all the steps, one by one, on how to apply for a loan. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Hello. I think we are moving on well. We are almost coming to the last program, which is now plenary and closure. But I would think that for those who have questions, we have received some, it's with us, and all the answers will be posted in our website. Because if you start getting questions now and answering, it might take time. But if it is a very burning issue that needs to be handled now, I think that one can be done. At the same time, what I wanted to emphasize on what ICT officer was talking about, when you're going to take, like now the fingerprints and what have you, that means you have to come yourself. Physical of changing of photograph. I don't know whether there's a room that somebody can send a picture of they have to take it from the office. That means you can send yourself when the time will be, not today, not tomorrow. Information will be sent when to come for that biometric update when it will be required. So if you agree, or if there's no questions or anything, clarification that someone would want, then I'm going to call upon the treasurer, who also happens to be the director of the place where we are, maybe to say a word and possibly give a vote of that as we are approaching to close. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon also to the online members. How are you? Yes, mine is just to appreciate the entire day. From a personal perspective, I've gained quite a lot. And I wish I had learned this much earlier. I am at the tail end of my working life. But I believe that the lessons we have learned today will be very, very beneficial. So let me begin by thanking our chief facilitator, Dr. Daniel Kipenji. I have picked a number of things. What comes to my mind mostly is that excuses will always be there, but opportunities, excuses will always be there, but opportunities are few. So I believe let's grasp every opportunity. And I also did know that money speaks and money hears. So I should speak to my money and command it where I want it to go. Yeah, I was very, very attentive. So I wish we would get this much more often. I also wish to take this opportunity to thank the HR committee for organizing this education day very, very well. Apologies, we began a bit late and we've taken a bit of your time, but I believe that it's been worth every single minute, isn't it? Who believe it's been worth it? Yes, and we appreciate it. Let's give a big hand to everyone who has made this possible. We also wish to thank the Almighty God who has enabled us to gather in this place and enabled us to listen to this. The people who have served us and the INTR fraternity where I sit. As the principal, I also wish I should have welcomed you here, but it's not too late to welcome you here. We rarely get this number of visitors, and we are glad that you've been able to give us the opportunity to host you. As an institute, let me also inform you that we train various categories. We have several classes. As you step out, you will see our banner. and also Lillian and some of the staff here can also guide you. So we invite students, those of you who are school-going students, children, please bring them over. I think mine was just to appreciate and give thanks, which you have done, and let's believe in the society. The good old book says your heart, what is it? There's something about the treasure. Where your heart is, that's where your treasure is. So if your heart is in Wanaanga, that is where your treasure should be. So let's not invest in the other financial investments as we have been told. Allow me now just to welcome somebody who has traveled quite a number of kilometers. P.M. Bubu is the one who will wind up for us in prayer. Let's be at stand.
As he's coming to pray for us, we owe you some data. After prayers prayed, we walk to Wanaanga, you'll be able to get your data before you go home. Thank you. Answer.
Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we'd like to thank you for giving us the chance to gather here and learn more about the finances and investing. We thank you, God, because it is important to us and to this day that we can upon us. I want to thank you, my Father, because of the opportunity, even to listen and to build upon that which you have laid the foundation for us, Jehovah God. In the name of Jesus Christ, we lift up your name to be glorified. I will pray that the things that we have learned, Lord, shall be useful to us and to they that depend upon us, and shall also propel out a future for us in the name of Jesus Christ. We put our faith in Him because it is through our trust in you that we shall be able to be built up and to be established in the name of Jesus. Thank you because, my Father, even our jobs, oh God, they are the ones that give us benefit to that which we do. And we pray that, God, from this day, that you shall channel us that finance that you get from those jobs in the name of Jesus Christ to the right things that we need to do in the name of Jesus Christ. I will pray again that, Lord, you shall order our steps, that as we build this our society on anger, that my Father, you shall continue establishing it and shall continue lifting it, oh God. We pray that for the wisdom that comes from you, Jehovah God, in the name of Jesus Christ. We pray that, Lord, you shall remember Wanaanga, even in times, in times like this. We pray that, my God, will bring Wanaanga to its feet in the name of Jesus Christ. And we pray, my Father God, you will appropriate, Father, and you will once again, oh God, make it a rising star in the name of Jesus Christ. And I will pray that, my Father, even the membership, they that are members, you will build them more. You will bring stability even to every member, even they that need from you, they that are depending on it, and they that are depending on you, my Father, you will make it to come to pass in the name of Jesus Christ, that none shall be frustrated and none shall fail in the name of Jesus Christ. We pray that none of us shall be stranded on the way, but we shall find our way. You will make us to find our way, even together with Wanaanga, in the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you for things that have gone ahead of us. I will pray, my Father, that also us, you shall take us to the right place. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you. Mo. Yes. How are you? Fine.